It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Santa Barbara. Less than 10 minutes away from the beautiful waterfront and the Pacific Ocean, we've got Sunday baseball for you between the Arroyo Seco Saints and the Santa Barbara Foresters. And thanks for tuning in, everybody. Sid Iyer here alongside Mark Robinson on the call for you today. After the Saints won a game yesterday afternoon that had been delayed for nearly a month, these two teams played a second game yesterday evening in the summer sun, with the Foresters winning that second game in come-from-behind fashion, taking advantage of nearly 14 walks issued by the Saints pitching staff to secure a 7-5 victory. But on this 4th of July weekend, we are here in Santa Barbara for a rubber match. This is the last time these teams will face each other in regular season play, and the Saints are looking to take Game 3 of the season matchup against the Foresters. And being in July now, Mark, the playoff situation in the CCL South Division is heating up, with several teams vying for that top position.
Yeah, and with that, let's take a look at a theoretical if the playoffs were to start today for the California Collegiate League, as well as just kind of break down what the playoff format is for this league come end of July. So the format for the CCL playoffs is essentially at the end of July. Once the regular season is complete, the top 3 teams from each respective side of the league will play in a single elimination, 1-game series tournament. Now, if you look at this bracket here, on the top is the CCL South, the bottom the CCL North. So as it stands right now, the Santa Barbara Foresters with an asterisk on them because they actually do not compete in the CCL South playoffs. They head out to the Midwest to play in another league's postseason every year. But as it stands right now for the playoffs in the CCL South, the Conejo Oaks have the #1 spot. They have the bye with a 14-8 record. They're technically second in the CCL South. And then it's the Arroyo Seco Saints, who are 11-10 in the third place spot, second for the playoffs, and the Orange County Riptide. So for that first round of the CCL South, the Arroyo Seco Saints, as of right now, would host the Orange County Riptide at Jackie Robinson Field for a first round playoff matchup, and then the winner of that game would advance to play Conejo in Thousand Oaks. And then if you look at the other side of things at the CCL North, it's the Walnut Creek Crawdads and the Sonoma Stompers in the first divisional round for the CCL North. It's currently the Crawdads with the second place spot and the Sonoma Stompers in third. So the Crawdads would host the Stompers up north in the first round of the North playoffs. And then it's the Alameda Merchants, who have the 1 seed in the CCL North. They're an affiliate team this season, but they decided to buy in because they're currently leading the entire division. And in the North, it's the Slow Blues, who are in the hunt right now, trying to find that third playoff spot on the north side. And it's the Academy Barons, who are unfortunately 4 or 5 games back of the third place spot in the CCL South. So this is a pretty good image picture of what the playoffs are most likely going to look like. It's going to take a lot for these 3 teams on the CCL South side of things to get moved around. The only thing we can potentially expect to see, Sid, is it might be the Orange County Riptide hosting the Saints, depending on how some of these last few games pan out, as the playoffs are coming up at the end of July.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how the rest of this month and certainly the rest of this regular season finishes up. Currently at the moment, as you mentioned, the Saints 4 games behind the first place Foresters, and the Saints would love to get things going in the right direction. They've dropped their last 4, and in their last 10, they're 4-6. Meanwhile, the Santa Barbara Foresters, they're 6-4 in their last 10.
Yeah, and you know, the Saints kind of in a weird spot of the season right now. They headed up to San Luis Obispo last week for a 3-game series. They came into that series with a 3-game winning streak. They were 10-6 on the season, and then it was kind of a downward trend throughout that road trip. The first game, an extra innings walk-off win for the Slow Blues. So kind of a heartbreaking loss, but something that we were hoping the Saints were going to be able to shake off, move on, and capitalize on those next 2 games. But continuing on to the remainder of the road trip, they just weren't able to get any offense going. Saints would only get 3 hits in the first 3 innings in the second game, and then they would go hitless all the way from the 3rd to the 9th frame. And then they would, of course, allow 7 runs in the first inning against the Blues on the last day of play. And they would end up dropping all 3 of those games. And that's kind of been the start of their struggles as of late. Of course, they finished the game all the way back from the start of June against the Foresters recently. They were able to get that win, but another loss against Santa Barbara. This is a big game for Arroyo Seco today. They need to try to prove to themselves that they can win.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting game, and we'll pause here real quick as we're going to hear the national anthem. We'll be right back after this.
I know it ain't all that liberty you should probably leave. I recognize that look in your eyes, yeah, you should probably leave.
And we are here in beautiful Santa Barbara for this matchup between the Santa Barbara Foresters and the visiting Arroyo Seco Saints. They recently played last night, 2 games in fact, but technically the Saints have dropped their last 4. Well, let's get you the lineup here as presented by head coach Aaron Milam. Lane Hayworth leads off. He'll be in center field. Trotter Enright at shortstop. Jacob Freer playing third base. Cody Turner in the DH spot batting cleanup. Joey Milto in right field batting 5th. Gannon Snyder in left field batting 6th. Levi Medella at first base batting 7th. Johnny Garber behind the plate batting 8th. And Keon Moseni in that 9th spot, the second leadoff spot, playing second base and rounding out the order for the Arroyo Seco Saints. And on the mound for the Foresters this afternoon, it's going to be Zach James. Currently attending TCU and a native of Flower Mound, Texas. 6'3", 183. Just completed his freshman year at TCU, where he made 5 starts as part of 10 appearances on the year. Totaled about 20 innings on the mound and recorded 14 strikeouts. Has pretty good stuff, and I think the key, of course, like any player here in summer ball, is to continue building. That ERA in those 20 innings was around 7.2 at TCU this past year. Definitely working on improving that this summer as he faces off against a very good Saints offense here, starting with Hayworth, Enright, and Freer to lead off the game. But as mentioned, it's going to be Lane Hayworth, the left-handed batter, stepping in, number 19. First pitch coming in, a fastball taken for a ball. First pitch coming in at 2:03 p.m. Temperatures at 77 degrees here at first pitch. Hayworth in the box and the pitch. Swing and a miss. Pretty big swing on that one. So back to a 1-1 count at the moment here at Santa Barbara High School. Of course, the Foresters wearing their white pinstripes and the Saints wearing their alternate blue away jerseys. Breaking ball in there, taken for a strike on the inside part of the plate. Count back to 1-2.
Yeah, nice high school ballpark here at Santa Barbara High School. Eddie Matthews Field, well-maintained, really gorgeous field, really great place for high schoolers to get to play, and a cool spot for the Foresters to call home during their summer CCL season.
They've got that advantage of playing in Santa Barbara where temperatures are much not at all, I guess, like Pasadena, where at least yesterday it was nearly around 90 degrees. Here on the mound, pitch and swing and a miss. He got him on the breaking ball. James, first K of the day, first batter of the day.
Yeah, nice start for Zach James. First batter catches him swinging for a strikeout. That's a nice groove for the Foresters to get in and just kind of keep the defensive strengths going.
And with that being said, let's take a look at the defense for the Foresters here on the screen as you see it right there. It's going to be Miller in left field, Terrence Kill in center, and Brenton Clark in right. Mumau Farr on the left side, and Esker and Hoover on the right side of the infield. Cole Chamberlain behind the plate rather, doing the catching for the Foresters, as it's going to be Trotter Enright who steps in as he takes that first pitch in for a ball, a fastball up in the zone. Ball hits a shortstop softly, bobbled at short and thrown to first, and he got him. Sawyer Farr able to stick with that ball at shortstop and mitigate that bad hop into the second out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a great defensive play by the shortstop there. Even though he initially bobbled the play, he was able to stay with it, barehand it, still make the grab, and more importantly, make the routine throw over for the easy 6-3 putout. Foresters have 2 up, 2 down, making quick work of the Saints' top 3 so far.
Yeah, it brings up yet another lefty for the Saints in Jacob Freer, playing third base, but he's played several positions for the Saints this season, including shortstop and second base. Here in this game, playing third and batting third. James the pitch in, swing and a miss. First pitch in to Freer, swung on a miss. 0-1 the count. Freer, a native of Bellevue, Washington, currently attends Azusa Pacific, which is in the SCIAC Conference. Pitch in from the TCU pitcher, swing and a miss. 0-2, sticking with that off-speed pitch. And certainly having good success leveraging that fastball and that slider. Just getting started here in Santa Barbara. Nothing to score here in the first inning. Top of the first, 2 outs. Zach James on the mound to Jacob Freer, who swings and hits this ball to the right side. Esker throws it on to first to end the inning. So a clean inning. 3 up, 3 down. And just like that, the Foresters up to bat here. Bottom of the first coming up.
My name is Trotter Enright. I play baseball at Long Beach State. I'm a freshman shortstop, and I'm from Newbury Park, California.
What about baseball draws you in that way?
Yeah, just the failure, honestly, like the constant drive and want to be like perfect. You know, like you always want those four days. You always want those days where you don't make an error. Like you always, want to get better. Like you're always not good enough.
47. Get through this one.
It has been my life, sacrificing days off and days on, like putting my blood, sweat, and tears into this, like, because at the end of the day, I want this to be my career, so I take it pretty seriously and, do everything I can to win and put myself in the best situation possible for real.
It is a beautiful day here in Santa Barbara, as we drove up from Pasadena for this one. The Arroyo Seco Saints visiting the Santa Barbara Foresters. And let's get you the lineup here for the Foresters, as presented by their head coach, Bill Pintard. Terrence Kill batting first, then Sawyer Farr, Easton Mumau. That rounds out the 1 to 3. 4, 5, 6 looks like Brenton Clark, Xavier Esker, and Cole Chamberlain. And then 7, 8, 9, Caden Miller, Caleb Hoover, followed by Zane Becker in the 9 hole. And they're going to face off against Zach Erdman, currently a pitcher over at Texas Tech, a 6'2", 185 junior. And he elected to enter the transfer portal at the conclusion of this 2025 season, but he's been one of the better pitchers for the Saints.
Yeah, one little fun thing we noticed today, both starting pitchers for both teams today are named Zach, originally from the state of Texas, and attending college in the state of Texas. So a random little perfect stars aligned moment for these pitchers. It's Zach James starting for the Foresters today. Texas Christian University, originally from Flower Mound, Texas. And it's Zach Erdman from Texas Tech University for the Saints as he throws the first pitch in for Arroyo Seco.
Yeah, first pitch, a ball on the outside to Terrence Kill, who yesterday in the game down in Pasadena went 0 for 3 with a run scored, a walk, and a strikeout. Pitch in from Erdman, taken on the inside part of the plate for a strike. Evens the count back at 1-1 the count on Kill. Kill from College Station, Texas, attends Texas A&M. Just completed his freshman year, where he won SEC Freshman of the Week back in February. Swings and fouls this one back.
Yeah, that's obviously a great program out there in College Station. Ranked #1 in the nation heading into this season for NCAA baseball. And they were able to have a really strong season in the SEC and, try to make a dent in the national tournament as well this year. A lot of really good baseball going down at College Station.
Yeah, his father, Terrence Kill, the senior rather, he actually played football for Texas A&M back in the late 90s as this ball's grounded to shortstop. Enright, the throw over to first, and he's going to make it. Little infield single for Terrence Kill the second. And just like that, the Foresters got a runner on here in the first.
Yeah, Foresters get their leadoff man on from the infield single, and Terrence Kill, wow, showing off the speed. Really ran that 90 feet out as hard as he possibly could, and he was able to beat out the throw from Trotter Enright. Just a really good job by Terrence Kill to get on base. Now the second batter for the Foresters will try to keep the offensive production going.
And that's going to be Sawyer Farr. A fellow teammate over at Texas A&M steps in. Right-handed batter. Kill with a moderate lead at first base. Erdman looks over and the pitch. Squares to bunt, and looks like that was taken for a ball. Pulled back in time on that one is Sawyer Farr. 6'5", 190. Also a switch hitter from Texas as well. Fourth Worth. Runner on first. No outs in the bottom of the first. Fastball in there for a strike. Evens the count back at 1-1 the count. His freshman year at Texas A&M, Farr, he made 31 starts in 39 appearances. He went a perfect 5 for 5 on the base paths in terms of stolen bases. Long hold from Erdman on the mound. Looks to first and the pitch. Runner on the move. Taken in for a strike. Throw down to second, and he's going to make it. Easy stolen base for Terrence Kill the second. That infield single turns into a stolen base, and now a runner in scoring position.
And there's that speed again from Terrence Kill, just rushing over to second base. Really good throw from Johnny Garber behind the dish for the Saints, but not able to beat out the fast legs of Terrence Kill. Runner in scoring position for the Foresters with no outs here in the bottom frame of this first inning.
And Farr with no outs has a big hole on the right side of the infield as he swings and fouls this one back. Looks like he might have been trying to get that ball down into that hole on the right side. Erdman so far, 8 pitches, 6 strikes, 2 balls. Second baseman for the Saints, Keon Moseni, holding Kill on at second base with a righty in the box. Meanwhile, left side of the infield definitely swung around slightly for the pull. Trotter Enright slightly in that 5-6 hole on the left side. Outfield not playing too deep. Swing, grounded to the left side, and that's going to get through, but it's going to be just foul down the left field line. Jacob Freer, the third baseman, went to reach for that one, but bounced just to the left of the chalk. So we're going to reset here. Count remains 1-2 the count on Sawyer Farr. Easton Mumau is on deck, followed by Brenton Clark in the hole. Terrence Kill at second base does have excellent speed. Erdman, the tall lefty, takes a dramatic set, looks over to second, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. And he got him. Goes up with the fastball on the upper outside part of the plate, able to get the K swinging for the first out.
Yeah, and a nice job by Zach Erdman after allowing a base hit in the first batter phase to settle in a little bit. He's the reigning pitcher of the week for the Saints in this, not this week that we're wrapping up here on Sunday, but the week prior. He had 5 innings pitched, allowed only 3 hits, had 3 strikeouts, a 0 ERA, didn't allow any earned runs. and no walks either. So a really strong showing on the hill for Erdman. Over the last week, there will be a new Arroyo Seco Saints Pitcher of the Week tomorrow, as we will start a fresh week. But for now, he holds that title.
Quick foul back here as Easton Mumau steps in. Not a left-handed hitter. Taking that first pitch, an off-speed pitch on the outside to the left side foul. Against Zach Erdman, who at Texas Tech this past year had a 4.3 ERA in 9 appearances. Only threw 14 innings or so. Only 4 strikeouts, but just 2 walks at the same time. At the same time, when he pitched last at the MLB Academy, he pitched great. A lot of strikeouts indeed. Now with the lefty in the box, Trotter Enright, the shortstop, holding the runner kill on at second base. 1 out in the inning. Pitch in, and it got him. Got him right in the cheeks there as he's going to waddle over to first base on this one. And fortunately, not too hot out there, but that's going to be an ouchie on that rear end.
Yeah, that's not going to feel good for the Foresters batter there. Tough for Erdman to hit a pitcher after, settling in pretty nicely, only allowing a tough infield single that was primarily only a base hit because of the speed of the runner in Terrence Keel. And then, of course, to hit Easton Mumau on the lower side of the body. Unfortunate for Erdman, but either way, one of the best starters for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Has had such a good summer for the Saints so far this season. We'll hope to see him settle back in.
Bunt down the left field, down the third baseline rather, and that's going to roll foul. That's Brenton Clark, who tried to put that one down, almost drag bunt fashion, with Jacob Freer, the third baseman, playing behind the bag. And with 1 out in the inning, runners on first and second, tried to be a little sneaky there and putting one down. You don't expect that typically from your 4-hitter. That's exactly what Brandon Clark did. Currently attending Arkansas, member of that Razorback squad that made it to Omaha this past season, wearing an Arkansas elbow guard, in fact, in the batter's box, with a Victus bat full of pine tar. Standing in the back of the batter's box, he is. Erdman looks to home and throws square and takes a strike on the outside corner.
Nice job for Erdman to get ahead of this count. 0-2. He's got 12 strikeouts on the season, and he eyes his 13th with 1 out here in the bottom of the first early in this ball game.
Would love to get that and be one quick step closer away to getting out of this jam against the freshman from Texas originally. Erdman really taking his time on the mound, and he deals. Breaking ball on the outside, taken for a ball. 1-2 the count on Clark, who attended Pleasant Grove High School in Texarkana. He was ranked by Perfect Game as the number 344 overall prospect in the class of 2024. Obviously, at Arkansas, a pretty solid program in and of itself. Terrence Kill at second, and the pitch. Swing and a miss. And they're going to say that it was a foul tip. Or no, they're actually going to say that he swung and missed. No foul tip on that one. So he's retired on a strikeout.
Yeah. A little bit of confusion there between the home plate umpire and Brenton Clark, the batter who just struck out swinging. But Johnny Garber, confident in the call, made the call out to his infield. 2 down, 1 to go for the Saints. Haven't allowed any runs yet in this half frame. And in 4 starts, a 3-1 record for Zach Erdman, the starter for the Saints today. He's only allowed 3 runs on the season, and he hopes to keep it that way.
Absolutely, and here he's facing Xavier Esker, native of Palo Alto, California, who takes his first pitch in on the outside for a ball. 1-0 the count on Esker, who's actually the son of David Esker, the head coach at Stanford and longtime coach at the University of California, Berkeley. Grew up in Palo Alto, went to Palo Alto Senior High, which is right across the street from the campus and Sunken Diamond in Palo Alto. Then committed to Arizona, and now is at UCSB. Run on the move, Kill off to third base, but this ball hit straight to that left fielder, Gannon Snyder, to end the inning. So 2 runners on first and second, but the Foresters not able to cash in, so the score remains 0-0 at the end of 1. And we are back here in Santa Barbara. 0-0 game as we head to the top of the second. It's going to be the 4, 5, 6 of the lineup here for the Saints coming up. Cody Turner, Joey Milto, followed by Gannon Snyder. And they're going to be facing off against Zach James. Had a pretty good first inning, 3 up, 3 down. And he'd love to keep that going against the power-hitting Cody Turner as he takes that first pitch in for a strike right at the belt.
Yeah, and after a really strong defensive outing for the Saints, able to strand 2 runners and not allow any runs, this is the perfect guy that you want leading off in the top of the offensive frame for the Saints. Power hitter, slugged over 850 in both of his years at Antelope Valley College. Someone who's just absolutely able to crush the baseball. And he's kind of been another player that's been all over the lineup for the Saints. As a DH, he's been in the 7-8 spot, and then he's been moved up to kind of the 3-4 spot. And it's kind of great. It's good to see Aaron Milam, experimenting with where he likes this power hitter in the lineup and how he's been kind of meshing his way in as a DH.
Turner, swing and a miss. Big swing on that one. Wanted to send it up the hill beyond the right field fence. And to your point, a career .459 hitter over 2 seasons at Antelope Valley, where this past season hit over 400 with 11 home runs as he fouls this one back, a fastball. Pretty good velocity on this one, so we'll keep it at 2-2 the count.
Yeah, and those stats last season at Antelope Valley College, it earned him the Player of the Year in the Western State South Conference for his time at Antelope Valley. Just a standout player.
And here, just a bit of a protect swing on that 2-strike, a breaking ball that he basically just got the end of the bat to touch this one as it fouled off of his belt, in fact, or at least his front side. Count remains at 2-2 the count. 0-0 game. Top of the second. James on the mound, the pitch. Another foul ball.
That was almost an identical foul ball to the one that was previous. He chopped it right near his front foot, and then it bounced off of the gravel and went to almost the exact same spot. So clearly, something about Cody Turner's approach in this at-bat right now is very similar. He has an idea of what he wants to do in this AB.
Turner swings, and he fouls it off again, off of the rust-colored chest protector of Cole Chamberlain. Of course, attends Texas, so he's got that stuff, and new ball from the bat boy of the Foresters as he tosses one over. Meanwhile, the umpiring crew for today's game, not wearing your typical light blue on a day game. They're actually wearing sort of milky grays, in fact. Looking pretty suave. I mean, you never expect to see a fashion statement from your umpiring crew, but they're looking pretty fly out there. Back here to a 2-2 count. And Turner fouls another one back, third in a row.
I believe that's actually 4 straight foul balls for Cody Turner. Like I said just a second ago, clearly something in his approach is working in a sense that he's able to make contact. And as we've talked about, really strong power hitter, usually lines it out to left center field. We'll see if he's able to make that strong contact.
Make it number 5. Another fastball in at the belt. And he's really getting his pitches. I mean, Turner with his big beard really turning those hips and trying to make good contact on this one, just missing it, fouling it straight back. So 5 foul balls, and he's able to get him here. Zach James able to induce the swing and a miss. Throw by Chamberlain over to first. Gets him on the drop ball, third strike to get the next out of the inning.
And there's 2 swinging strikeouts on the day for Zach James. He continues his strong outing for the Foresters here at home at Eddie Matthews Field, and 1 quick out for the Foresters here in the top of the second.
So with that K to start off the second inning, it's going to be Joey Milto, 5-hitter, coming up here, and yet another lefty in this lineup. Milto, number 2, and playing right field for the Saints this afternoon. Swings and hits this ball to left field, and that's going to drop for a single. First pitch swinging on that one on an outside pitch. Took it the other way. Now Saints adding something to that hit column here with 1 out.
Yeah, Joey Milto on a 4-game hitting streak now. He went 2 for 2 last night. 2 at-bats. He got 2 hits against the Foresters last night in Pasadena, where they would ultimately go down 5-7 against Santa Barbara. They've now split the series 1-1 on the season, accounting for the game that started in early June that was then finished last night over a month later due to light issues at the home field, Jackie Robinson Stadium in Pasadena.
Yeah, that game that you mentioned went past 10 p.m. and at the stadium at Jackie Robinson Memorial Field in Pasadena, if a game goes after 10, the lights dramatically turn off. So it's going to be Gannon Snyder. Took that first pitch in for a strike with 1 out as a throw over to first base to Caleb Hoover. And, of course, Joey Milto sliding back in safe. But, yeah, that was a pretty crazy game. It started at 6 o'clock, a 4-hour game. We ended up in the 8th inning. And we hit 9:55, and it was like having a time clock on the game as a ground ball to shortstop. And it's going to be bobbled at short by Farr. Mark that an E6. Tried to be too quick with that transfer from his glove hand to the throwing hand. Now runners on first and second with 1 out.
Yeah, and that's great for Arroyo Seco to capitalize on that error. You advance a runner to second. Joey Milto now in scoring position. And Gannon Snyder on base now. 2 runners on, only 1 out. Levi Medella, another big power hitter, the first baseman for the Saints today, hoping to bring a runner in for the Saints.
Yeah, and he comes up here, the Shorter University Hawks player out in Rome, Georgia, but here in Santa Barbara this afternoon as he swings and misses on that first pitch. Transfer originally from Hawaii, and that's where he's from, in fact. The 6'1", 215 first base outfielder. Currently plays for the Hawks. Lefty in the box, about middle of the way in the box, in fact. Takes this pitch, an off-speed pitch, down at the shins. Evens it up at 1-1 the count on Medella.
So Levi Medella, originally transferred from Hawaii, formerly at Shorter University, now in the portal, looking for another home for the remainder of his collegiate baseball career. And he looks for his 10th RBI, 23rd hit here in this game.
Ground ball up the middle, and the second baseman's not going to get it. Esker not able to get it on that weird hop as it hopped well over him, but they throw the ball into second base, and they get him. So a run scores on the play. But meanwhile, that runner at second base, Gannon Snyder, gets thrown out on the back throw to second base by Terrence Kill.
Yeah, I guess that goes down as an E4 initially, which allows him to get on base, but then comes into second, gets called out. That's Gannon Snyder, who was not able to slide in safely. But nevertheless, a runner on and a run scored brings up the 8-hitter Johnny Garber, hoping to continue the offensive spark that the Saints have found here in the top of the second.
Garber, first pitch swing, pops this one up to first base. Hoover gets under this one, and it's actually going to be Esker who calls him off to make the catch to end the inning. But not before the Arroyo Seco Saints, able to add one to that run column here on one hit and a couple of errors from the Foresters. But the score, actually at this moment, 1-0, Arroyo Seco Saints.
What's up? I'm Christian Robb. I'm a pitcher.
Cade Schumard, I'm a left-handed pitcher.
And this is Rip and Dex with the Saints. My first card, I got Luke Weaver.
David Fry.
I got Jackson Job as my next card, young guy.
We got Landon Knack.
You got Austin Hedges, another good player.
Kiter Montero.
Oh, this one's a freaky card. I got Nick Castellanos.
Oh.
It's Friday the 13th right now, so it's kind of a bad look to pull the Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th.
We got Nolan Jones.
JP Sears. Let's read about this guy. Are you from South Carolina? That's pretty cool.
Julian Aguilar. I'm not too familiar with these guys.
No, I've heard of him for sure.
He's a pitcher though. He looks nasty.
I got Jesus Luzardo. This guy is nasty.
I got Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go. Jordan Romano. Oh, he's from Canada.
Oh,
That's pretty sick.
wowza. Mason Montgomery, left-handed pitcher.
Alex Verdugo. He's nasty.
We got a decent one here.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Matt Strom there.
Let's go.
That's huge.
I got Caden Dana. Yeah.
Bro, I just took a look at that next card.
I know. This is a sick one. I can't wait to.
I got Kyle Tucker though. I like that one. That's pretty good.
All right, I got this this 35-year anniversary Spencer Strider card. So that's pretty sick. Spencer Strider is probably one of my favorite pitchers, and a lot of people tell me my legs look exactly like his. A lot of people. Don't ask me who.
Anyways, I got Ellie De La Cruz. That's a huge pull right there. Yeah, that's a good one right
That's
there.
an all-star card too.
All-star, yep.
I got two favorite pulls. The Nick Castellanos.
And we are back here in Santa Barbara. Here in the bottom of the second inning, one run for the Saints. And a quick correction by the official score. Levi Medella actually reached on a hit. They did not call that an error on Esker at second base. But meanwhile, it's going to be Cole Chamberlain who steps in here, the six-hitter. Swings on that first pitch and flies it to right field. Hit it pretty deep. Now it's carrying a bit to right field, and it's going to be Joey Milto who camps under this one, but took him a little bit further out there for the first out.
Yeah, that ball hammered all the way out to deep right field. You could see it in the way that Joey Milto was moving. He was having to keep a lot of footwork going, really track that ball down, constantly moving. A tough play to make out there in deep right field, but nevertheless, Joey Milto continuing his offensive strength for the Saints, and he tallies the first out of the frame for Arroyo Seco here in the bottom of the second.
That brings up Caden Miller, another left-handed bat in the Foresters lineup. Pitch in from Erdman, a off-speed pitch, tapped over to the dugout of the Foresters, right to that hole where, in fact, a player was sitting on a bucket, didn't have to move. So Caden Miller, who attends UTSA. Now, of course, he made it to a Super Regional in Los Angeles, but was eliminated by UCLA in the Supers at Jackie Robinson Stadium, the home of the Bruins. Off-speed pitch on the outside, taken for a strike, 0-2. But UTSA had a pretty excellent season. In fact, they went into that Super Regional certainly as the underdog. Everyone expected UT Austin, the Longhorns, to make a Super, and for UCLA to travel to Texas for that one, as he fouls this one back. But that's what you get with college baseball, is you're going to see a lot of upsets, much like you do in March Madness. And that was a really interesting College World Series. But now he's here in Santa Barbara, playing for the Foresters, and in that sixth hole behind the plate. Erdman delivers. Swing and a miss on that off-speed pitch on the outside to get the K.
3 swinging strikeouts for Zach Erdman. He's really found his groove here in this game, and he's helping the Saints continue to put up really strong defense here in these bottom frames for Arroyo Seco. And with 2 gone, Saints look to go 3 up, 3 down, and hold on to their lead early on here in this game in Santa Barbara.
And he's certainly set himself up for that indeed, as it's going to be Caleb Hoover who steps in from Grayson County College. Takes this first pitch on the outside, a breaking ball at the belt for a strike. Hoover talked back to the umpire there to maybe get an idea of what the zone was. And it'll take a little bit of time here to understand what that zone is, certainly as the game goes on. As Erdman delivers, pitch on the outside, taken for a strike. 0-2 the count on a pitch that looked pretty far out of the zone. But regardless, it's going to be an 0-2 count on the 6'3", 215-pounder. Wide stance in the box with a 2-strike count and the pitch. Swing and a miss on a high fastball to get him to end the inning. Strikeout number 4 for Zach Erdman here on the mound for the Saints. He's cooking. Bottom of the second coming up. Top of the third inning here in Santa Barbara. It's going to be 9-1-2 coming up for the Arroyo Seco Saints. And it's going to be Keon Moseni leading off the inning here for the Saints. Native of Canada, Ontario, Canada, in fact. But he actually transferred from Antelope Valley Community College over to the University of Central Arkansas. Takes the first pitch fastball on the inside part of the plate for a ball, 1-0. And head coach Bill Pintard, he's jawing off at the home plate umpire on the strike zone. They thought that was a strike, but it was not called one. But here on the outside, gets a slider in there for a strike to even the count at 1-1 the count. And we were talking earlier about how the game between the Foresters and the Saints, the one that ended up having to get continued on another day as this one's fouled off, was a bit of a weird one. There were, 4 hit by pitches in that game? A couple of players and coaches from each team thrown out. And in fact, there was a throw down to second on a stolen base attempt that bonked a pitcher in the head. Overall, a really strange game that had to get continued nearly a month later, which was yesterday, in fact, resulting in a Saints win. But really just a interesting rivalry now brewing somehow between these two teams as Moseni fouls this one off to the right side. Count back to 2-2 the count. But you think it's like summer baseball. You don't imagine that level of intensity as more of a developmental league. But hey, I guess that's what's happening here in the CCL as he fouls this one off back behind him.
Yeah, you can rest assured no matter what level of baseball you're playing, people are going to get passionate, people are going to get heated. It doesn't matter if it's more of, a repetition-based league or supposed to be more of a kind of a relaxed vibe. Emotions will always be heated, and you'll always obviously be wanting to see a win no matter what. So no surprise that the emotions are always high for teams in the CCL.
This ball fouled off to the left side, out of play. Giving chase was Easton Mumaw. And a bit of an interesting setup here at Santa Barbara High School, as here at Eddie Matthews Field, down the left field line, really it's just a hill. So not a lot of room there down the line to walk around if you're a fan catching the game. And the scoreboard, in fact, for the actual field is right above the third base dugout. So a bit of reorienting as you see different fields in the CCL. Quick mound visit here from Chamberlain as he goes out to talk to Zach James, as this has turned into a bit of a battle between these two players. Keon Moseni at the plate, still with the 2-2 count. No outs in the third inning. One nothing game at the moment. The Saints able to get a run in the second. 2 hits, 1 run, and 1 runner left on base. Fastball up, taken for a ball. And you saw Chamberlain behind the plate, kind of motion to James on the mound, indicating that was the pitch that he wanted to throw, a high fastball. 3-2 count, challenge him up in the zone. But he goes to the off speed on the outside, doesn't get it in the zone, so it's going to be a walk for Keon Moseni.
Once again, getting a leadoff man on base, always huge for Arroyo Seco, especially in a scenario where they have the 9-1-2 batters due up. You've got your second leadoff man now at first. Lane Hayworth comes up now and tries to keep the offensive production at a high rate with a 1-run lead already. The Saints with all the momentum here in the third.
Brings up Lane Hayworth. The Wichita State Shocker steps in. He takes this fastball on the outside part of the plate for a strike. 0-1 the count on Hayworth, who struck out back in the first inning swinging. And that was a really smooth 1-2-3. Strikeout, ground out, and a ground out on the mound for Zach James. That second inning, a little bit more testy. Throws it over to first base to Caleb Hoover to keep Keon Moseni close to first base. But Lane Hayworth certainly has been a great player at the top of this lineup for the Saints. 5'10", 195, as he takes this pitch on the outside for a strike, and I don't think he liked that call very much.
A lot of disagreement with the calls from the home plate umpire today. As we've talked about, you know, some of these umpires' zones a little bit all over the place, but it's kind of one of those things as a player, especially in summer ball, you have to just adjust to the fact that you're going to have a different scenario every time that you're playing with, you know, different officials out on the field.
This ball fouled off to the left side. 0-2 the count. It remains. But yeah, it's part of the game, and I think the key as a player certainly is you don't want to let the umpire make the final decision for you at the plate. It's all about swinging the bat. Pitch in, swing and a miss. Got him on the off-speed pitch on the outside part of the plate to get the K. Strikeout number 3 for Zach James.
Right on cue there, Sid. Right as you said, you know, batter has to determine his own fate at the plate. Hayworth goes down swinging, back-to-back swinging strikeouts that is, and 1 gone now.
Yeah, and he definitely determined his fate there, but unfortunately in the wrong direction. Swing and a miss. So it brings up Trotter Enright, another left-handed hitter. Throw over to first base, a little bit closer, but no dive from Keon Moseni as he gets back into first base. Trotter Enright, the shortstop, and one of the top hitters for the Saints at the moment. In that first inning, grounded out to shortstop. Swing and a miss. Really powerful fastball in from Zach James on that one. And Enright tried to hook that one to the 325 down the right field line, but a swing and a miss. So counts at 0-1 with 1 out. Swing and a miss one more time, but this time changing speeds to that off-speed pitch. Or at least taking a little bit off of his fastball, so it's back to an 0-2 count on Enright.
Only 9 strikeouts on the season for Trotter Enright, but inching a little bit closer to that 10th one right there as he falls behind 0-2 here against Zach James.
And he gets another one. Zach James getting strikeout number 4 back-to-back. Strikes out Lane Hayworth, then strikes out Trotter Enright. So 2 outs here in the third inning. And just a really good job of changing speeds. I think that's the biggest takeaway so far from James, who, as you mentioned, did not have a lot of strikeouts back at Texas Tech. But doing a good job here so far for the Foresters of really just changing speeds, using that slider, which moves into these lefty hitters, along with that fastball that tails away. And he got him on the pick. Pickoff move and an A-grade move over to first base, right as Keon Moseni was shuffling off of the bag. And he went in for the dive, but not before Caleb Hoover was able to induce the tag to end the inning. So Jacob Freer, he's going to have to come up in the next half of the inning. But it's going to be 1-0 still here in Santa Barbara. Arroyo Seco on top.
What's up? I'm Christian Robb. I'm a pitcher.
Kate Schumart, I'm a left-handed pitcher.
And this is Rippin' Dex with the Saints.
My first card, I got Luke Weaver.
David Fry.
I got Jackson Jobe as my next card, young guy.
We got Landon Knack.
You got Austin Hedges, another good player.
Kiter Montero.
Oh, this one's a freaky card. I got Nick Castellanos.
Oh.
It's Friday the 13th right now, so it's kind of a bad look to pull the Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th.
We got Nolan Jones.
JP Sears. Let's read about this guy. He's from South Carolina. That's pretty cool.
Julian Aguilar. I'm not too familiar with these guys.
No, I've heard of him for sure.
He's a pitcher though. He looks nasty.
I got Jesus Luzardo. This guy is nasty.
I got Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go. Jordan Romano. Oh, he's from Canada.
Oh,
That's pretty sick.
wowza. Mason Montgomery, left-handed pitcher.
Alex Verdugo. He's nasty.
Really pretty day here in Santa Barbara as we just finished the top of the third, now in the bottom of the third. So the Foresters coming up, and it's going to be 9-1-2. Zane Becker, Terrence Kill, and then Sawyer Farr expected and due up in this half of the inning against Zach Erdman. He's been pretty good on the mound so far and was looking better in that second inning. Went 1-2-3. Fly out, a strikeout swinging, and then a strikeout swinging. So here it's going to be Zane Becker, right-handed hitter, who just completed his freshman year at Arkansas. So another fellow Razorback on this roster as he takes the first pitch in for a strike on the outside part of the plate. Becker, a native of Flower Mound, Texas. And Erdman on the mound, transfer portal member himself as he fouls this one off to the right side and hopefully doesn't hit a windshield. As the stadium here, Eddie Matthews Field, lined up right against a residential street, not a street parking. So it was, if you're a fan looking to catch a game, pretty easy to find a spot, at least if you got here earlier. Pitch in and the dirt, about a 58 mile per hour, or 58 foot off speed pitch in the dirt rather. Count back to 1-2 on Zane Becker, 5'11", 200 pounds. As we mentioned, the Razorbacks advanced to the College World Series semifinals. They lost to LSU. Swing and a miss on a fastball down at the knees to get him for the K.
And there's K number 5 for Erdman. He is buzzing on the hill for the Saints today. He continues to just be one of the strongest starters for the Saints that they're able to utilize. With a 3-1 record, he can hopefully extend that to 4-1 today. And with the start that he's having today, 5 strikeouts, no walks through 2 and a third innings pitched, he continues the momentum.
30 pitches now, first time through the order as he swings and misses. That's Terrence Kill at the plate as we're out the second time through the order here on that one. Kill back in the first inning, singled and then stole second base. And that single was on an infield single, in fact. Right-handed hitter in the box. Off-speed pitch away, taken for a ball. Erdman on the mound. Native of Lone Tree, Colorado. 6'2", 192. Certainly a tall, lanky lad on the mound as he throws this pitch in, an off-speed pitch fouled back off the fence and the backstop here at Eddie Matthews Field. So our counts at 1-2 at the moment. As we mentioned, got 24 pitches for Erdman as he entered the second time through the order. currently at 33. 26 strikes, 7 balls. And this pitch on the outside, taken looking for the strikeout. 3 consecutive strikeouts. Actually, make that 4 for Zach Erdman here. He's been looking really good.
Yeah, 4 consecutive, 6 total on the game. That's the first looking strikeout of the day. All the others have been swinging, but like we've talked about, safe to say Erdman is keeping the Saints on his back right now. They have the 1-0 lead here in the bottom of the 3rd inning, and he's playing a huge piece as to why the Foresters haven't been able to strike on offense.
And here with 2 outs in the inning and a quick 2 outs, that brings up Sawyer Farr, who took a pitch well high that went to the backstop. So 1-0 the count. Now Farr, with his family, baseball runs in it. His brother Cade played baseball at Texas Tech as he nubs this one off the end of the bat, and it's going to be Moseni who hops this one over to first base to end the inning. 3 up, 3 down, courtesy of 2 strikeouts from Zach Erdman, who's looking great on the mound. 1-0 the game here as we enter the 4th. Game really moving fast here in Santa Barbara, here at Eddie Matthews Field. Beautiful sight and a beautiful natural grass field here in beautiful Santa Barbara, where the weather has been excellent. Temperatures up to about 78 at the moment. That's about as high as you're going to see today. High is 78, low is 57. As it's going to be the 3-4-5 of the Saints lineup coming up at the moment. It's going to be Jacob Freer, followed by Cody Turner, and then Joey Milto. So heart of the order in to face against Zach James. But first, Jacob Freer, who grounded out in the first inning. Takes an off-speed pitch on the outside. In for a strike. 0-1 the count on Jacob Freer. Freer having a pretty good season for the Saints at the moment. Hitting .313. One of many on this roster with a batting average over the 300 mark. That pitch taken low. So 1-1 the count. Meanwhile, Zach James on the mound. He's thrown 47 pitches, 36 strikes, and just 11 balls. But there's one there, so make that number 12. Zach James on the mound. This season so far, as we talked about earlier, 10 1/3 innings pitched, 12 strikeouts, yet to give up an earned run. Facing off against Jacob Freer, who has 15 RBIs on the summer season in the CCL. Swings and grounds this one to the right side. A weak grounder. Esker able to get the hop, throws it to first base, and he got him. Good play by Xavier Esker. The Gaucho local making a play, 4-3 for the putout.
Number 32, Cody Turner.
Yeah, despite the slow roll grounder, Esker is still able to scoop it up and make the powerful throw over to Hoover at first for the easy 4-3 putout. You know, routine infield defense, but still you got to make sure that you're, playing to the style that you're used to. And a nice job for the easy putout there by the Foresters, able to get that first out.
That brings up Cody Turner, who takes that first pitch on the outside for a ball. To your point there about Esker, I mean, that ball took a bit of a weird hop on the dirt as this pitch is in for a strike on the outside. And it's not the first time we've seen a weird hop. Even at shortstop, Sawyer Farr had that error committed earlier in the game where it was similarly kind of just odd hops taking place on this dirt, which was definitely dragged out before the start of this one. That error coming back in the second inning. Gannon Snyder was the one that was up, the 6th hitter for the Saints. But a 2-1 count here on Turner, who struck out back in the second. Fastball, good pitch on the outside, just missed the corner. So back to a 3-1 count on the designated hitter, who currently attends Lee University. Fastball on the outside, and a really dramatic flip there as he jogs over to first base for the base on balls.
Now batting number 2, Joey Milto.
First walk of the game for James on the mound, but a runner on now for the Saints. Second walk, excuse me, it's going to be Keon Moseni, who actually induced a walk in the third inning to lead off the inning, in fact. So that brings up Joey Milto. Takes that first pitch down and away for a ball. Milto back in the second inning, singled and came all the way around to score. In really what was the most stressful inning for James on the mound. 5 batters came up to the plate. And it was Milto with the single, Levi Modelo with a single as well. Fastball on the outside, taken for a strike. So back to 1-1 the count. Milto, a native of Greenwood, Indiana, attends Bellarmine U, their mascot, the Knights, in the A-Sun Conference. That's the Atlantic Sun Conference. Pitch in, and this ball hits to right field. Bit of a moonshot, hit pretty well to right, and this one way back there and gone. An absolute moonshot for Joey Milto. It's a 2-run home run, and just like that, the Arroyo Seco Saints continuing to add to their lead. It's now a 3-0 ball game.
Talk about a batter claiming his territory as far as where he hits the ball out to deep right field. He has hit 3 home runs now this season, all in the exact same place. He had one against the Barons just a few weeks ago, all the way out to deep right field in that exact same position, and he's able to do it again right there. Just absolutely crushed off the barrel of his bat, and he scores 2 runs for the Saints. They take a comfortable 3-0 lead.
Dugouts certainly enjoy that one as Gannon Snyder steps in, takes that first pitch in for a strike on the outside part of the plate. And really able to find some leeway against Zach James as he fouls this one back, Snyder. But James so far have been pretty efficient. I mean, that second inning was certainly a little bit of a stressful one for him. So then came back in that third inning with 2 strikeouts. But now giving up the 2-run dong to Joey Milto, who taps this one to the left side. And it's going to roll foul. Both Easton Mumma, James the pitcher, and Cole Chamberlain converging down the third base line to hopefully blow that one fair, but it stayed foul. So we're going to reset here. It's going to be Gannon Snyder, who is up at the moment with an 0-2 count. Exit velocity on that home run was 94 miles per hour. And really, I think the most interesting part of that home run was the launch angle on that one. I mean, that was an absolute moonshot. Milto really showcasing the power, and that's the reason why he's in that 5-hole for the Saints. Fastball up, taken near the dome. Count back to 1-2 with 1 out in the inning. Launch angle on that home run by Milto was 41 degrees. Ground ball up the middle for a base hit. Gannon Snyder with a worm burner up the middle. Nice easy single to keep things going for the Saints.
Now batting number 7.
Yeah, and that's just Gannon Snyder doing his job in the 6th spot right there. gets ball on barrel, right up the middle. Just a nice, easy grounder right through the middle to keep the offensive production going. He gets on base, and with only one out, they continue the hitting streak. That's now 2 batters who have back-to-back hits. Joey Milto with the home run, and Gannon Snyder gets to first on the single.
So that brings up Levi Medella, who had a single back in the second inning as he fouls this one back behind the crowd area here at Eddie Matthews Field.
It'll be interesting to see how long Zach James' day lasts, having allowed 4 hits now for the Foresters. In his 4 outings this season, he's had 3 innings, 1 inning, 6 innings, and a third of an inning. So his time playing in these games is all over the place. And he's in his 4th right now with 1 gone and 3 runs allowed.
In spite of that, 3 1/3, but also has 4 strikeouts on the game so far. So a bit of definitely a mixed bag to your point as he steps back on the rubber here to face off against Medella. 1 for 1 on the game as he swings and misses at a pitch in the dirt. Good change of speeds there. Gets the count back to 0-2. Medella was able to get to first base on that single back in the second, but wasn't able to move past that as Johnny Garber ended up popping out to the right side of the infield to end the second inning. Pitch in, and a strike 3 called on Levi Medella. Strikeout looking, and he didn't like that call, but it looked right on the outside part of the plate. 1 more strikeout, strikeout number 5 for Zach James.
Cheer for beer.
So with that, it's going to be Johnny Garber who steps in, and we heard over the PA system that he's the designated beer batter of the game.
Yep, if Johnny Garber strikes out, beer discounts for all the Santa Barbara Foresters fans here at Eddie Matthews Field. Very common tradition in the CCL. Most home field stadiums have something very similar to this. I remember up in Sonoma when we were up there on our NorCal road trip, Jax Ryan was the beer batter, and he would strike out in one of his at-bats. I saw him leave the batter's box with a little smirk on his face. I think a small part of him was happy that he was able to provide some fans with a little bit of a discount on an adult beverage.
Did a bit of a public service there to the watching and paying audience of that game. Definitely a relic of minor league baseball. As I remember growing up going to San Jose Giants games, the single-A affiliate of the San Francisco Giants, and they very similarly had the beer batter tradition there. And the moment that strike 3 came, there was a mad rush to the concession stand. Some people stumbling because obviously they're drunk. But in this case, probably not. As Garber grounds this one to the left side, it's going to be the third baseman, Muma, who throws over to first. And he's able to throw it perfectly to end the inning. But not before Joey Milto hits a 300, well, actually it was a very significant home run, a 94-mile-per-hour exit velocity home run over the right field wall, around 330 feet. And just like that, Royal Seco Saints up 3-0. And we are back here at Eddie Matthews Field in Santa Barbara, where we just saw a home run by the bat of Joey Milto, a 2-run home run, in fact, to give the Saints a 3-0 lead. And now it's really up to the Santa Barbara Foresters to get something going. Currently off the board, just one hit in the game as we enter the fourth against Zach Erdman, who has been excellent on the mound. Already has 6 strikeouts in 3 innings pitched. Here by Mumon down the third baseline, rolls foul. And maybe to the Foresters' credit at the moment, they're really just trying to get anything going. I mean, as we previously alluded to, hits have been hard to come by for the Foresters. Just one so far in the game. And that hit coming off of Keel's bat as this ball's hit pretty well to center field. But it's going to be caught by Lane Hayworth in center field. About 5 to 10 feet in front of the 380 sign in center field for the first out. You can rule that in F8 if you're scoring at home. First out of the inning here in the bottom of the fourth, rather. That brings up Brenton Clark, who struck out back in the first inning. Clark currently playing right field for the Foresters.
You have another one of the Arkansas Razorbacks. 5 of the 9 batters that are slotted into the lineup for the Foresters today, SEC baseball players. So, we talked about it in the pregame a little bit, and just, while we were doing our own prep, said very talented roster in this Santa Barbara Foresters team. They're able to get some really strong players from really representable NCAA programs.
That's pretty incredible indeed, as certainly you see a lot of talent across summer leagues. The Cape Cod League, the Northwoods League are probably the top 2 you think about when you think of college summer baseball. A lot of top draft prospects end up going to those 2 leagues, but also the CCL. Not too shabby in that regard, as a swing and a miss on this one to Muma. Gets out in front on that off-speed pitch.
You've seen a few notable players come and go from the CCL who've ended up making it pretty big. One that comes to mind for me is Brooks Lee, the local Cal Poly St. Louis Obispo kid who grew up in SLO. Played his collegiate career there while I was up at Cal Poly.
And Clark lines this one over to Moseni at second base, a sinking line drive. Sort of stabbed at it, and it was caught on that soft liner by Moseni at second for the second out of the inning. So 2 outs in the inning. Muma and Clark retired. And it's going to be Xavier Esker, wearing number 12 and an elbow guard, an Evo shield. Goes by X as his nickname, and he was born in Berkeley. Ground ball, weird chopping hop. Trotter Enright stabs at it and throws to first base, and he got him. Beautiful play by Trotter Enright, the 6-3 putout. And just like that, the Saints defense continuing to flourish here in Santa Barbara under the afternoon sun. Score remains 3-0. Back here in the top of the 5th inning. Score is 3-0 with the Arroyo Seco Saints up ahead at the moment, as it's going to be 9-1-2 to lead off the inning, starting with Keon Moseni, left-handed batter, who steps in. Just one at-bat so far, but technically his stat sheet has him at 0 for 0 because he walked in that first at-bat as he takes the first pitch in at the knees for a strike. So far on the mound, James has been doing a good job of mixing in that fastball and that off-speed pitch. But unfortunately, that home run has come to bite him a little bit by Joey Milto back in the 4th inning, a 2-run home run. Count at 1-1 on Moseni. Pitch in, Moseni pops this up to the left side of the infield. Sawyer Farr making the call as he catches this one on the dirt for the first out of the inning.
Now batting number 19, Lane Hayward.
Good job of just inducing some relatively weak contact off the end of the bat, but he just popped that one up in the air. And Zach James able to induce that quick first out of the inning, which he really needed after that 2 spot in the previous half inning. So that brings up Lane Hayworth, lefty batter, and again the leadoff hitter, getting his 3rd AB of the game already here in the 4th inning as he took that first pitch for a ball well outside the zone. And a quick little note about Lane Hayworth. He's also currently in the transfer portal, but was at Wichita State as he pops this one up to the left side. And it's going to be Sawyer Farr. One more time again, making the play. Add that to the stat sheet. 2 quick outs and 2 quick outs on the mound for Zach James.
Yeah, back-to-back easy fly balls for Sawyer Farr. Just typical defensive work for the shortstop, getting under those balls, making the grabs. Just, you know, in his office is 9 to 5, getting things done at the desk, getting his work done.
Clock in, clock out, indeed. As Trotter Enright squares, and he takes this one on the outside part of the plate for a strike. Enright, in his last at-bat, struck out swinging in the 3rd inning. Also had a ground out, a 6-3 put out, so Sawyer Farr also getting some action there. Back in the 1st. Enright takes on the outside. 1-1 the count. 2 outs in the inning. 3-0 ball game here in the top of the 5th. As Enright, the 2-hitter up. On deck is Jacob Freer, the 3-hitter. Pitch in, take in on the outside. A fastball in there for a strike. Good frame behind the plate by Cole Chamberlain.
Enright's on a 4-game hitting streak, looking to extend it to a 5-game hitting streak. And in his last 10 games, he only has 1 game where he didn't record a hit.
And he stays alive here on that off-speed pitch that started on the outside, ended up down at his back left foot in the left batter's box. So he ended up shuffling out of the way a little bit. So count back even at 2-2. 2 outs in the inning. Fastball up, taken. So now we're back to a full count here. 2-2 count, in fact. Scoreboard needs to be updated as pitch in. Actually, it was, yeah, full count. So there you go. One way or another, he's on base here on the free pass.
Jacob Freer.
First 4 batters for the Saints yet to record a hit in this game. Lane Hayworth 0 for 3. Trotter Enright now 0 for 2 in 3 plate appearances. Just tallied the walk. Jacob Freer, the 3-hitter, stepping up now 0 for 2 as well. Back-to-back ground outs to second. And Cody Turner 0 for 1 in 2 plate appearances as well, was walked in his last at-bat. It's the bottom 5 batters who are doing the work for the Saints early on in this ballgame.
And you'll love to see depth showing up as Freer steps in and takes that first pitch, a fastball in there for a strike. Enright at first base has pretty good speed. Granted, he is a middle infielder for the Saints and has really occupied that position for them all season. At first base, he attends Long Beach State. Member of the Dirtbag family. Has the throw over back to first base to keep him close. Freer 2 ground outs so far, 0 for 2. Both ground outs to second base. Now there's a ground ball, broken bat to third base, and it's going to be Muma who throws it over to first on the run to get him for the out. So goodbye to the Lumber, and goodbye to the Saints here in the top of the 5th. Score remains 3-0 here on the Saints streaming network.
Participate in the hula hoop contest at the top of the
Back here in Santa Barbara, Sid Iyer here alongside Mark Robinson, but now handing over the play-by-play duties to Mark, so take it away.
catcher number 8.
Happy to be here with you, Sid, in beautiful Santa Barbara, California. The Saints off to a strong start here in Santa Barbara, facing the Foresters for the 2-7th time this weekend. Not sure how we want to phrase that, as the first game of the season that initially started in early June had to be completed after a power and lighting related issue at Jackie Robinson Field. But nevertheless, we're underway here in the 5th inning as the 6-hitter Cole Chamberlain, who leads things off for the Foresters, fouls the first offering from Zach Erdman in his 6th inning of the day for a called long strike one.
Yeah, and Erdman's been really good on the mound so far. I mean, just really pounding the zone.
Chamberlain 0 for 1 on the day. Hacks at this one. Hard line drive right over to Levi Medella. Barely has to move from his positioning, and he makes the easy grab for the first out of the inning.
And he made it look easy. Didn't have to move at all, to your point. He was playing back at first base to account for the ball. No doubles defense a bit as well down the chalk. Able to make the nice catch for the first out.
And that brings up Caden Miller, the 7th hitter. 6'2", 185 pounds, batting just under the Mendoza line at a 194 this season. Only has 2 RBIs and 3 runs, 6 hits in his 31 at-bats, as takes a look at the first offering.
It looks like that might have hit off his knob of the bat.
Yeah, you don't see that every day, Sid, but one way or another, it'll go down as a strike as ball made contact with barrel. So an 0-1 count for Erdman here against Caden Miller. Also 0 for 1 on the day, has a swinging strikeout. The 0-1, big swing, and an 0-2 count now. Getting ahead early is Zach Erdman, looking for his 7th strikeout of the day here in his 5th inning for the Saints on the hill.
And he's just shy of 50 pitches as well in that span. So pitch-wise, been very efficient.
0-2. Erdman delivers the pitch. This one missing low and in the zone. Ball 1 for Zach Erdman. Caden Miller, 8 strikeouts on the season. Heading towards his 9th as he's still behind in this count up against Zach Erdman. 1-2 with 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Caden Miller sets in a wide stance. Erdman delivers. Hard hit ball out to shallow left field, and it's going to fall down for a base hit. Snyder will scoop it up and send it down the line into second, but the Foresters able to find some offensive life. A base hit from Caden Miller here in the bottom of the 5th.
And it's the first time they've had a hit in a, well, really, I think, was that their first hit? That was their second hit of the game.
Second hit of the day. The first one came all the way back in the first batter of the day.
Yeah, Terrence Kill with that single and a stolen base, so they have been really held off the board by Erdman.
Yep, and it's the first baseman now, Caleb Hoover, the 8 batter for the Foresters. One gone here for the Saints, and the first offering to Hoover in there for a called strike one. Hoover from Heath, Texas. Same batting average as Caden Miller, just under the Mendoza line at a 197. 66 at-bats, only has 13 hits on the season, 3 of those doubles, one of them a home run, and he looks for his 14th hit. Here's the 0-1, right in the zone again, breaking ball for a called strike two, and Erdman, once again, doing a phenomenal job getting ahead of these batters early. He's got himself in yet another 0-2 count here in the 5th. Runner on first, Caden Miller, after the base hit out to shallow left field. The lefty, Zach Erdman, stares down first base, stares down home, kicks and delivers. Another hard hit ball out to shallow left field. It's going to get down for back-to-back base hits, and it's mishandled by Gannon Snyder. Caden Miller is going to turn all the way around and come home to score the first run of the day for the Foresters. So what should have been a routine scoop up in left field and a throw into second turned into a mishandled ball. An error for the Saints. Gets the first run over home for the Foresters. It's 3-1 now. The Saints still leading.
And really just a huge defensive miscue out in left field by Gannon Snyder. Maybe had some weird spin on it as it was hit opposite, well, on the opposite direction rather, to left field. And as it touched the grass, it bounced really towards center field, and all of Snyder's momentum was coming in towards third base, and that's a big mistake. It gets the Foresters on the board.
Yeah, so Caleb Hoover gets the RBI single and then advances to second on error from Gannon Snyder. And now with a little bit of an offensive spark, Hoover will go another 90 feet off the missed pitch from Zach Erdman. Johnny Garber behind the dish, not able to handle it, and it sends the runner Caleb Hoover, who is now 90 feet away in scoring position, standing tall at third base. And it's Zane Becker, the DH, in the 9 spot. As time will be called, Aaron Milam and the infield will head onto the hill to discuss what's going on here with Zach Erdman. For the first time today, we're starting to see a little bit of that momentum slip away from the lefty from Texas.
Yeah, and I mean, he's been good all game. 4 1/3 innings pitched. Has had 6 strikeouts so far of the 17 batters that he's faced. And really the reason for that has just been him being really efficient. I mean, the pitch count has been low. He's been attacking the zone. 43 strikes, only 12 balls at the moment. However, the Foresters able to take advantage of that defensive miscue out in left field, and sometimes, certainly as a player, like, that's all you really need. I mean, sometimes it just takes one thing to go your way, and then all of a sudden you're back into the game, and granted, it was only a 3-run lead to begin with, so now only 2, and they're still cooking with that runner on third.
Yeah, absolutely. And it started out, you know, as a really strong first 3 frames for Erdman. He had 6 strikeouts and it only allowed 1 hit. It was that first batter faced Terrence Keel who got the hit and the stolen base. He would then go to be retired, but looks like the verdict is going to be Aaron Milam leaving Erdman on the hill to try to finish this frame out. There's 1 out, but 1 run scored and a runner on third. We'll see if the Saints can take care of the pickle that they found themselves in and remain the damage from the Foresters to only 1 run. As the pitch to Zane Becker is missing high and away for a called ball 1. So it's 2 balls, no strikes to Zane Becker. No walks yet on the day for Zach Erdman. Only 1 hit by pitch to his 6 strikeouts and 3 hits allowed through 4 1/3 innings pitched. As he'll kick and deliver the 2-0. And it's hit hard and it's hit foul down on the ground for a called strike 1.
Becker would love to get things going. He's 1 for 14 so far in CCL play. And he's got a sitting duck at third base with that runner in scoring position.
He sure does. He's in a 2-1 count against Zach Erdman. He'll kick and deliver. This one shallowly popped out to shallow right field, and it's going to drop down for a base hit. The runner from third will come in to score, and it's 3-2 Foresters here in Santa Barbara.
And sometimes you don't need to hit the ball hard to get that run in. And this one really the definition of a blooper. Hit just past the cut of the infield. Keon Moseni was not really anywhere near that ball, and Joey Milto was sprinting in but couldn't quite get to it. So Zane Becker with the RBI single gets in Caleb Hoover, now the top of the order, back up.
So now 2 runs scored for the Foresters. They've tied the hit column. 4 hits apiece for each of these teams here in the bottom of the 5th. And the top of the order, Terrence Keel, the true leadoff man with a runner on first. Only 1 gone, looks to keep the offensive production going as he takes a look at a fastball inside the zone for a called ball.
Good job. Let's go.
Keel steps back in the box, wide stance, waves his barrel behind his head. Sets up for the 1-0 from Erdman. 1-0 missing upstairs. Keel getting ahead, 2-0 count now. Erdman still 2 outs away from putting out this fire that the Saints have created. Came into the inning leading 3-0. Erdman came into the inning only having allowed 1 hit, but he's now allowed 3 since then. Hits are tied 4 apiece as this one is softly grounded to shortstop. They'll try to turn 2 here. The throw over to first will be held onto by Keon Moseni. Didn't feel like he had enough time after the throw from third from Jacob Freer, but nevertheless, they get 1 out and they're 1 away from getting out of this half inning.
Yeah, ball was hit too soft off the bat, and Terrence Keel with good speed down the baseline, so he's able to beat that return throw back to first, so it'll go down as a fielder's choice.
Yeah, that's definitely the right play at the infield there. Get the runner out that's coming into scoring position. You're in the exact same scenario that you were just in with the at-bat, but now 2 outs. Easier to get this. Runner goes, but this is grounded, and the throw over to first is in time from Trotter Enright. Nice jump there from Terrence Keel, but it didn't matter because the shallow ground ball to shortstop, a nice easy 6-3 from Trotter Enright, retires the frame, but not before the Foresters able to put some runs on the board. So we'll head to the 6th here in Santa Barbara. The Saints 3, the Foresters 2. We'll return in just a moment on the Saints streaming network. Top of the 6th here at Eddie Matthews Field in Santa Barbara, California. Mark Robinson alongside Sid Iyer for this beautiful CCL matchup between the Saints and the Foresters on what's shaping up to be a gorgeous Sunday afternoon in the beautiful city of Santa Barbara. We can't say it enough, Sid. The weather is just absolutely perfect up here compared to what's usually a sweltering heat down in Pasadena.
Yeah, certainly the Saints appreciating that. Temperatures still at 77 degrees.
And Cody Turner, first pitch swinging, grounds this one sharply to second. The throw over to first in time for an easy putout for the first out of the inning for the Foresters. Hard hit ball by the power hitter. First pitch swinging, Cody Turner. Grounds it to Xavier Esquire. The throw over to Hoover at first had him by a mile, and the first out of the inning just like that for the Saints. So it was the 4, 5, 6 batters due up. Cody Turner just led things off. Joey Milto up now, who's 2 for 2 on the day. He's got a single and an RBI, home run style. We saw the Milto moonshot, 94 miles an hour off the bat to deep right field, and he's in his 3rd at-bat now. He'll take a look at the first offering for a called strike 1. Zach James still on the hill for the Foresters, looking to tie his most amount of innings played in one outing this season. He played 6 innings a few weeks ago in a game for the Foresters. In his other 3 games, it was 3 innings, 1 inning, and a third of an inning. So this is by far one of his strongest and longest performances for the Foresters, as he currently is helping them try to claw their way back in this game, as they initially trailed 3-0 and now only trail 3-2. As it's Joey Milto here in a 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. Hard hit grounder goes off the mound and into the outfield for a base hit. Milto will jog around first, retreat back to the bag. A single for Joey Milto here in the 6th inning.
Yeah, makes him 3 for 3 on the day. That's single in the 2nd. The Milto moonshot, 2-run home run in the 4th. And then now just another single, and all of these balls are hit hard. Really seeing it well at the plate.
Yeah, and he got lucky there with the hop off of the mound. You know, if that doesn't hit the mound, it's probably a pretty routine, easily fieldable ball by the 5 of the 6 players, Mumau or Farr at shortstop and third. And with that, the head coach, Bill Pintad, will retreat to the hill, try to talk out what's going on here with Zach James, who's been in for 5 1/3 innings so far today, and it's been a strong outing for him so far. But see what the verdict is from the head coach as they discuss the plan as to what they want to do with their pitching.
Yeah, all things considered, he's definitely had to work through this, but it does appear that we're going to have a pitching change. So that's going to be it for Zach James, who was able to give them length in this game at the very least. And he's heading away now.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll let this new pitcher get loose and get warm, but we'll kick it to break for now. When we come back, we'll have some information on this new arm for the Foresters. You're listening to the Arroyo Seco Saints on the Saints streaming network. The first pitching substitution of the day for both teams comes in Luke Rodriguez, taking the rubber for the Foresters here in the top of the 6th inning. The Saints still with a 3-2 lead, and it's Gannon Snyder. First pitch swinging, lofts this one into right field, and an easy grab for Clark out in right field. Makes the grab for the second out of the inning. And a good start for Luke Rodriguez. No stats on PointStreak.com, the official stat keeper of the California Collegiate League, so he could be making his Foresters debut this summer, playing in his first game of the season with Santa Barbara, and his first batter faced an easy fly out to right field, hoping to continue the defensive momentum that the Foresters have found here as he puts this pitch a little bit low to Levi Medella for a called ball.
And power's in that fastball. 6'3", 205 on the mound, so he's definitely a big kid.
1-0 pitch. The pick over to first is not in time. Milto comes in on his knees and stands up safely. Zach James clocks his day for the Foresters at 5 1/3 innings pitched, 3 earned runs, 5 hits, 5 strikeouts, and 3 walks. So rather successful day for the starter for the Foresters as they've clawed their way back into a 1-run deficit. The breaking ball catches the zone for a called strike one. Even count now 1-1 for Levi Medella, who is 1 for 1 on the day as well. A base hit in the second inning and a looking strikeout in the fourth.
Yeah, this is the same Luke Rodriguez that attended UCLA this past year. Definitely can tell by his motion.
1-1 pitch, another breaking ball. This one missing low for ball 2. Similar placement, similar pitch by Luke Rodriguez.
And with Rodriguez, you're going to see a fastball that's got pretty good speed on it, but in addition to that, a good breaking ball. That curveball we've seen a couple of times. And he really used that a lot this past season at UCLA.
Runner goes on the 2-1. The throw down to second is in time. So the cannon from Chamberlain all the way behind the dish down to second base retires the frame for the Foresters, and they'll head up to bat now as we head to the bottom of the 6th. It's the Saints 3, the Foresters 2. They're trying to claw their way back here in Santa Barbara. Bottom of the 6th inning for the Saints, and Zach Erdman's day is done, and another successful one. 5 innings pitched, 2 runs, 4 hits, 6 strikeouts, no walks, and 1 hit by pitch for the lefty from Texas Tech. And he continues to be one of the strongest starters that the Saints have in their bullpen. And it's now Nathan Huey on the mound for the Saints as the second arm of the day. The Yorba Linda, California native right-handed batter, left-handed thrower, back-to-back left-handed pitchers for the Saints. Attending University of California, San Diego, UCSD, as a Triton. And most notably, celebrating his 21st birthday in just 5 days, turning 21 on July 11th. So in 5 days from now, he'll get to enjoy what we think is his first adult alcoholic beverage. So an early happy birthday to Nathan Hui, and we'll see if he can get some early birthday magic here in Santa Barbara as the second arm of the day for the Saints.
Yeah, and hopefully that magic in the form of a good outing today and not in the form of liquid in a glass later, at least before his birthday. And smart kid, majoring in business economics at UC San Diego. That's a D1 program now, only through 3 innings this past year. But looking to get some more reps here with the Saints this summer.
Yeah, member of the Big West Conference. A few Big West players. Trotter Enright, member of the Long Beach State Dirtbags. Eli Lopez, currently injured right now, member of the Cal State Fullerton Titans. And, of course, Nathan Hui playing for UC San Diego. Great California Baseball Conference there, the Big West. They had their first tournament since the late 1990s. Their first postseason conference tournament, that was. The Cal Poly Mustangs taking that victory and advancing to a super regional. As the 1-0 pitch from Nathan Hui missing on the ground. It's the 3-4-5 batters up for Santa Barbara. Easton Mumau leading things off here in the 6th for the Santa Barbara Foresters. He's 0 for 1 in 2 plate appearances today as he sends this one to the sky for a high foul ball to make the count 2-1.
And a lot of these foul balls are never to be seen again. We're in a bit of a residential neighborhood here around us, so some of these maybe on the hill behind us, but some of them, goodbye.
2 balls, 1 strike. Nathan Hui getting set at the stretch. He'll deliver the pitch. Hard hit ball crushed out to left field. It'll get down for a lead-off base hit for Easton Mumau.
Just a great job of, hitting that one with authority to the left side. Opposite field approach. Took it the other way. Can't do much better.
Yeah, line drive. Gannon Snyder able to scoop it up and send it in, not allow any extra bases. As the last time that a ball found its way into left field, Gannon Snyder mishandled it and allowed for extra bases for the Foresters. But a leadoff single for Easton Mumau, and it's Brenton Clark up now, the right fielder, in his 3rd at-bat of the day. He's 0 for 2, looking for his first hit and looking for back-to-back hits for the Foresters here in the 6th. Nathan Hui set at the stretch, delivers the first pitch. It's Clark showing bunt, but it misses in the zone for a called strike 1.
Trying to put that bunt down, as you'll see in pretty classic college baseball fashion. Really trying to get that runner over. Have that runner in scoring position. Leave it to the rest of the lineup to knock him in.
And so the lefty, number 6, Brenton Clark, lefty v. lefty. The breaking ball bunted again. Pitcher comes on and he turns around and throws, but the throw is mishandled and not in time. It's going to be extra bases for Brenton Clark. Easton Mumau gets to 3rd and stays put. 2 runners in scoring position for the Foresters.
So a sack bunt, which should be an immediate out for the Saints, or at least for any defense, turned into defensive miscue. The second error of the game here on that misthrow on the mound. And so that runner ends up at 3rd base. 1st and 3rd now, and a mound visit. And certainly on the mound, he would love to keep the lead. Only 1 run separating these 2 teams at the moment. So Hui in a bit of a stressful situation here.
Oh, absolutely. The tying run on 3rd, it's Easton Mumau. The go-ahead run, Brenton Clark standing at 2nd off of the E1 from the sack bunt. 2 runners on, 2 runners in scoring position. It's Xavier Esquire batting 3rd this inning with no outs for the Foresters. The Saints find themselves in a tough situation early as this one is lined hard and foul over the 3rd base line for a called strike 1.
Absolutely smacked off the bat. He just needs to straighten that one out. Infield's in at the moment as well. Corners are playing at the cut of the grass. Middle infielder's in. They want to prevent that run from scoring. A
1 count. Hui set at the stretch. He kicks and delivers. Shallow fly ball heading toward foul territory. Milto tracking it down and making the grab, but the runners are now in incorrect positions, getting a little bit caught in between the corner of third base. Mumau standing at third, wanted to think about tagging up and going home, but didn't. Clark, on the other hand, running almost all the way to third base. Johnny Garber grabbed the baseball, retreated out, thought about trying to make the play, but both runners retreat to where they started prior to the at-bat, but one out for the Saints after the fly ball from Xavier Esquire. Cole Chamberlain, the catcher, now up to bat, waving his bat over his head in the left-handed batter's box. Wide stance as he takes a look at the first offering in the zone for a called strike one. Chamberlain also 0 for 3 on the day. Now each team with 5 hits apiece after this middle of the game offensive spark that the Foresters have found themselves with. Chamberlain taps his bat on the bag, sets up in the wide stance, raises his elbows, and gets ready for the 0-1 offering from Hui. Here's the pitch. 0-1, big swing, makes the count 0-2. Hui doing a good job trying to limit as much damage. Still a 3-2 ball game despite the offensive excitement that we've seen from the Foresters so far in this frame.
Yeah, and sticking with that off-speed pitch, a good one with some bite, late movement on it. 2-strike count. He wants to get him to swing and miss.
Hui surveying the infield, taking his time, staring down on the rubber. Getting set for the 0-2 offering. The pitch. High fly ball over the netting and out of the stadium. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Sticking with that breaking ball there on 2 strikes, so it stays at 0-2. But this one caught a little bit too much of the plate. He's got to get it out of the zone.
So 1 gone. Still Saints leading by 1. 3-2 ball game here in the bottom of the 6th. Wider stance for Cole Chamberlain. He gets set up for the 0-2 offering from Hui. This one missing way in the ground. Runner comes home to score. Tie ball game here in Santa Barbara. The missed pitch from Nathan Hui goes off the shoulder of Johnny Garber. Comes over towards the third base side and scores a run for the Foresters. So it's tied up now 3-3 after the Foresters have clawed their way back, initially trailing 3-0.
And really moving on first movement there, and the moment that one kicked over to the side, he immediately knew that he was going to come around to score. So tie ball game now.
Yeah, both runners advance there. Clark now standing at third. He represents the go-ahead run for the Foresters. Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss on the 1-2 for a called strike 3. So nice job for Nathan Hui to recover after the missed pitch, which scored the equalizing run for the Santa Barbara Foresters. But he's able to get the second out of the inning. Still a runner in scoring position, but it's Caden Miller up to bat now. Another lefty v. lefty matchup with 2 gone here in the bottom of the 6th for the Saints. Caden Miller 1 for 1 on the day, a swinging strikeout. Also scored a run. He shows bunt on the first pitch. Did not go around on the bunt pitch, missing out of the zone. So it's 1-0 now for Caden Miller, looking for his second hit of the day. It would be back-to-back hits as well. First at-bat was the swinging strikeout in the second inning. Here he is again in his third at-bat of the day. Choked up on the barrel, standing tall in the box. Takes a look at the 1-0 pitch. Missing low for ball 2. Hui delivers. Breaking ball finds the zone for a called strike 1. Hui trying to crawl his way back in the count here, initially behind 2-0. Catching himself up a little bit. Caden Miller trying to keep the offense going. The go-ahead run stands at third. Miller wants to bring him in to score. Caden Miller only 2 RBIs on the season as he swings at the 2-1. It's high up in the air. Johnny Garber rips off the mask and gets under it to make the grab to retire the frame. So the Saints able to limit the damage to 1 run, but we're tied up here in Santa Barbara. The Foresters find the equalizer. It's a 3-3 ball game as we head to the bottom of the 6th here in Santa Barbara.
All right, hello and welcome everyone live from Jackie Robinson Field here in Pasadena. Evan Davis joined alongside Adam Beck, and it's the home opener for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Looks like it will hit into the gap. Yes, it will, and it will score a run off the glove of Pollock. That will score 2. It's quickly 4-0 top of the first inning for the Oaks. 3-1 offering, low and away for ball 4, and that will bring in the first run of the game. It's outside, ball 4. Fisher stumbling off the mound. Saints just finding any way possible to get some runs, and they've now walked in 2 with the Saints as a pass ball gets away. 5-2 lead for the Oaks. 2-1 offering, that one down to third base. Beltowski will fire that one across. And 1 out now, but the runners advance to now be 5-3. First and second as they connect again. Rio didn't get a great read on that, and it's over his head. Ground roll double, and this game is tied. The 1-1 offering is connected on. That's in the left field, and that'll do it. The Saints come back down 5-2, and Peter Wirth walks it off.
How about a 4 spot by the Oaks to start things off in the first inning? And how about a 4 spot in the bottom of the 9th for the Saints?
Top of the 7th, and it's the 7, 8, 9 batters due up for the Saints as we now have a tie ball game here at Eddie Matthews Field in Santa Barbara. As we welcome you back to the Saints Streaming Network, my name is Mark Robinson, sitting alongside Sid Iyer, bringing you all the action in today's CCL Sunday afternoon matchup. The Arroyo Seco Saints and the Santa Barbara Foresters knotted up at 3 runs apiece as the first offering to Levi Medella is on the ground and past the glove of Chamberlain for a ball. 1-0 count now for the 7th inning leadoff man, Levi Medella. The 7 batter wearing number 7, leading it off in the 7th inning.
Love that. 777.
As the 1-0 misses upstairs, 2-0 count. Speaking of consecutive numbers in similar spots, last inning, the Foresters would get 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error from the Saints, and strand a runner on base as well. So 1's down the board as the frame was retired by the Saints. As a check swing on the 2-0, he did not go around, so a 3-0 count for the leadoff man, Levi Medella, up against Luke Rodriguez, who's got 1 2/3 innings pitched now in looking for his 2nd full inning of the day. This pitch finds the zone for a called strike, so a 3-1 count now. Still in a hitter's count is Levi Medella, the leadoff man. Top of the 7th inning, here's the 3-1 pitch from Rodriguez. It's fouled off the fence and down on the ground for strike 2. Full count now for the 7th inning leadoff man, Levi Medella, looking to be a leadoff base runner for the Saints. They had the lead in the first former half of the game. It's now tied 3-3 here in the 7th. Here's the payoff pitch. Slow, high grounder, barehanded by Rodriguez, and the throw to first is in time. A bloop grounder to Luke Rodriguez. He grabs it with his bare hand, throws it over to Hoover for the first out of the inning, and Forester fans cheering for the play. 1 gone now in the top of the 7th, and it's Johnny Garber, the catcher and the 8 batter for the Saints, batting 2nd here in the 7th inning. First pitch to Garber, shallow foul ball for strike 1. 0-1 count now for the catcher. Reminder, the beer batter of the day is Johnny Garber, and I can hear out of my right ear some fans heckling him, asking him what his favorite kind of beer is, hoping that a strikeout lands them a little bit of a discounted beer price as he looks at the 0-1 offering, and he swings and misses for a called strike 2.
One strike away. I mean, good pitch by Rodriguez. A slider there on the outside part of the plate. Got him to swing over it.
So wide stance from Johnny Garber. He sets up for the 0-2 offering. Rodriguez kicks and delivers. Swing and a miss. The beer batter goes down swinging. Johnny Garber strikes out for the second out of the inning. And Forester fans get their beer discount. The 9 batter with 2 outs now, Keon Moseni up to bat. He's 0 for 1 with 2 plate appearances, was caught stealing. Or excuse me, he was thrown out at first after too comfortable of a lead. So 2 outs, and it's the 9 batter up. First pitch on the ground and low for ball 1.
Fans are going to enjoy that, right? A little beer batter action. I like how no one really got up, though, to actually go buy some beer.
They're too invested in this really good game that we got on our hands here as the 1-0 offering finds the zone, the breaking ball in there for a called strike 1. So an even count with 2 outs, 1 ball, 1 strike, tie game. As this pitch off the ground and off the mask of Cole Chamberlain. 2 balls, 1 strike. Getting ahead here is Keon Moseni. Looking to keep the Saints alive here. 2 outs in the top of the 7th. Here's the 2-1. Just a bit inside, 3-1 count now for Moseni. Luke Rodriguez tallied his first K of the day. He gets set at the stretch and delivers a 3-1 strike to make the count full for Keon Moseni. Keon Moseni, the second leadoff man from Ontario, Canada, playing second today, looks at the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss. Moseni goes down swinging, back-to-back strikeouts for Luke Rodriguez. And the Foresters head to the bottom of the 7th with all the momentum. But in the meantime, we'll stand up and stretch here in the middle of the 7th in Santa Barbara. It's the Saints 3, the Foresters 3. We're tied up at Eddie Matthews Field. Mark Robinson and Sid Iyer on the Saints streaming network.
All right, hello and welcome everyone live from Jackie Robinson Field here in Pasadena. Evan Davis joined alongside Adam Beck, and it's the home opener for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Looks like it will hit into the gap. Yes, it will, and it will score a run off the glove of Pollock. That will score 2. It's quickly 4-0 top of the first inning for the Oaks. 3-1 offering, low and away for ball 4, and that will bring in the first run of the games outside, ball 4. Fisher stumbling off the mound. Saints just finding any way possible to get some runs, and they've now walked in 2 with the Saints as a pass ball gets away. 5-2 lead for the Oaks. 2-1 offering, that one down the third base. Beltowski will fire that one across. And 1 out now, but the runners advance to now be 5-3. First and second as they connect again. Rio didn't get a great read on that, and it's over his head. Ground roll double, and this game is tied. The 1-1 offering is connected on. That's in the left field, and that'll do it. The Saints come back down 5-2, and Peter Wirth walks it off.
How about a 4 spot by the Oaks to start things off in the first inning? And how about a 4 spot in the bottom of the 9th for the Saints to end things in the 9th inning? What a game for the Saints.
Stretched and ready to go here in the bottom of the 7th. One of the most classic traditions in all of baseball, the 7th inning stretch. No matter where you are, no matter where you're watching, fans stand and sing the classic Take Me Out to the Ball Game song. And here we are in the bottom of the 7th. Still a 3-3 tie ball game as Nathan Hui delivers to the leadoff man, Caleb Hoover. It's the 8-9-1 batters due up for the Foresters here in Santa Barbara. As we welcome you back to the Saints streaming network, I'm Mark Robinson alongside Sid Iyer. Happy to be with you here for this CCL Sunday afternoon matchup. As this pitch misses high and away for ball 2. 2-0 count now for the leadoff man, Caleb Hoover. 1 for 1 on the day. 1 for 2 on the day. Struck out swinging and had an RBI single in his last at-bat in the bottom of the 5th inning. He's ahead in a 2-0 count. Here's the pitch from Hui. Big swing on the 2-0 for a called strike 1. Nice fastball there by Hui, right in the zone, catching himself back up against the leadoff man. Hui waves his barrel at his knees, gets set in a wide stance in the left-handed batter's box. Lefty v lefty. Here's the 2-1. Soft grounder to first. Scooped up, and the pitcher covering. Hui gets there in time to make the tag for the first out of the inning. Great heads-up play there by Nathan Hui. The grounder picked up by Levi Medella and tossed over to the pitcher for the first out of the inning for the Saints. A 3-1 putout brings up Zane Becker. Second leadoff man, the 9 batter for the Foresters with 1 gone here. Becker also 1 for 2 on the day in the same fashion of Caleb Hoover, a swinging strikeout and an RBI single. As he gets set for the first offering from Nathan Hui with 1 gone here in the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball finds the zone, strike 1 to Zane Becker. Zane Becker wearing number 17, wide stance. Left foot slightly ajar off the dirt. Here's the 0-1. Another foul ball. Head of the count now is Hui with 1 out, 0-2. Here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Hui going back to that off-speed pitch there on that 0-1 count. And with that advantage count of 0-2, he could really stay out of the zone, go back to throwing another one in the dirt.
Becker on a 4-game hitless streak as he grounds this one to shortstop. Trotter Enright flips it over to first, and the throw is in time. Great reach there. Levi Medella stepped way off the bag, but he gets his glove on the throw from Trotter Enright. Second out of the inning. It's 2 up, 2 down for the Saints, and the true leadoff man, Terrence Kill, steps up to bat for the Foresters.
Yeah, 2 up, 2 down, and Enright doing a good job defensively throughout this whole game. Got his fair share of bad hops there on ground balls, but he's been making a lot of throws on the run. Looking good.
So Terrence Keel had the first hit of the day as the first batter for the Foresters, and he's since struck out looking and reached on a fielder's choice. And here he is in his 4th at-bat of the day, the first Forester batter to take his 4th at-bat of the afternoon. He's in a 1-0 count now. Gets set in the wide stance for the 1-0 pitch from Nathan Hui. The pitch upstairs and away for ball 2. Terrence Kill playing at Texas A&M University. Hometown right at his college campus, College Station, Texas, as he takes a look at the 2-0, finds the zone for a beautiful called strike 1. The facial expression from Terrence said that he didn't agree with the pitch, didn't like the zone there, but nevertheless, can't change anything about the verdict from the home plate umpire. It's a 2-1 count with 2 gone here for the Saints in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the pitch from Hui. Foul ball heads towards the home dugout, evens up the count. Deuces wild, 2-2 with 2 outs here in the 7th. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs for number 2, the leadoff man, Terrence Keel, gets set for the offering from Nathan Hui. Hui set at the stretch. He kicks and delivers. This one misses inside and away for ball 3. Full count now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The Saints looking to get out of the inning here and try to get some offense going as we head to the 8th in just a moment here. Full count for Nathan Hui against the leadoff man, Terrence Keel. Payoff pitch. High fly ball out to left field. Gannon Snyder gets under it and makes the grab to retire the frame for the Saints. 3 up, 3 down. The 8-9-1 batters for the Foresters go out, and we head to the top of the 8th. Still a tie ball game here in Santa Barbara. The Saints looking to take back the lead.
I know it ain't all that liberty you should probably leave. I recognize that look in your eyes, yeah, you should probably leave. Baby, if I seem a little bit distracted, like I'm in another place and another time. Well, I apologize for the way I'm acting.
Top of the 8th for the Saints here, and it's the true leadoff men due up. It's Lane Hayworth, Trotter Enright, and Jacob Freer due up for the Saints as we welcome you back to Eddie Matthews Field in beautiful Santa Barbara, California. And I have to say, Sid, one of the most gorgeous views from this ballpark as first pitch swinging from Lane Hayworth goes down foul for strike one. But just looking out, at this view, kind of from where we're sitting, gorgeous homes up over these hills in Santa Barbara. Just a great view. Lucky for Santa Barbara High School baseball players to get to play in such a nice ballpark.
And with a nice grass facility as well. I mean, the grass, the field itself is very well manicured. Grass is super short. And, of course, we're just 10 minutes away from the ocean, so nice and close by.
The 0-1 pitch swung on by Hayworth. 0-2 delivery now. Breaking ball just under the zone. Ball one for the leadoff man, who's 0 for 3 on the day. Lane Hayworth and Trotter Enright went 9 straight games in the 1-2 spot. Before that streak was broken last night when Trotter Enright was not slotted into the lineup, as Hayworth hacks at the 1-2 pitch for a called strike 3. So first batter goes down swinging. That is the third strikeout, the third swinging strikeout that is for Lane Hayworth. And with one gone, Trotter Enright up now, the lefty batter for the Saints.
And Rodriguez doing a good job there of just using that curveball, fastball early in the count, curveball to put him away. 2-pitch mix, and it's working well.
First offering to Trotter Enright, fastball right down the middle and up the zone for a called strike 1. Trotter Enright, as we've discussed, attending Long Beach State. End of year stats, .394 batting average as he takes a look at this pitch in the dirt for a ball. 1-1 count for Trotter Enright. .513 on base percentage. 32 runs this season for the Dirtbags as this breaking ball misses upstairs. 2-1 count now for Trotter.
Rodriguez has been pretty efficient on the mound so far between those 2 pitches, but Enright has always been a good at-bat.
The pitch right in the zone for a called strike 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out here for Trotter Enright, batting second in this 8th inning. Enright leans over, waves his backhand, gets set in the wide stance for the 2-2 pitch. Chop foul ball behind home plate. We'll do it again at 2-2.
Try to get him on that slider there to put him away. Enright just getting off the end of the bat. Rodriguez has shown that fastball earlier, so he's got a couple of pitches he can go to here with the pitch to play with.
Here's the pitch. Another chop foul ball, but it goes foul. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Enright on a 4-game hitting streak. Looking to extend that to 5, but he's not tallied one yet today. He's 0 for 2 in 3 plate appearances today. Ground out to shortstop, a swinging strikeout, and he was walked in his last at-bat in the 5th inning. His last multi-hit game was on June 29th against the Barons, where he had 2 hits in 3 at-bats. As he steps out of the box, takes a big deep breath, taps his barrel on the plate, and gets set for the 2-2 delivery. The pitch. Just a bit outside. A lot of disagreement from the home Forester fans, but it makes the count full. 3 balls and 2 strikes for Trotter Enright.
Yeah, good breaking ball, just didn't get the call. Chamberlain with a good frame.
Here's the pitch. Big swing and a miss for Trotter Enright. He goes down swinging for the 2nd time today. It's back-to-back swinging strikeouts for Luke Rodriguez, and there's 2 outs here in the top of the 8th for the Foresters.
Doing a good job on the mound. That's Rodriguez, of course. Powerful fastball augmented with that slider and that 12-6 spike. Able to get the good Trotter Enright down swinging.
Luke Rodriguez sets up for the first offering to Jacob Freer. It breaks and misses low for ball 1. Jacob Freer, another guy looking for his first hit of the day. The Saints have 5 hits. He's 0 for 3 on the day. All ground outs to the infield as he swings on the 1-0. It's lofted high and foul, and fans around me, including myself, bracing for when the ball is going to fall down over the fence. Luckily, we have got a little bit of coverage here. The easy up.
And it looks like it just fell to the right of us, right behind the seating area. So luckily, no one got donked in the head.
Here's the 1-1 with 2 outs. Breaks and misses outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Rodriguez taking a little more time than usual here on this pitch. He kicks and delivers. Big swing and a miss. 3 straight strikeouts for Luke Rodriguez. 3 up, 3 down, all in the form of swinging strikeouts, But it sends the Saints to the bottom of the 8th inning. The Foresters now with a chance to find the go-ahead run. We'll kick it to break here when we return. It's the Foresters up to bat here in Santa Barbara.
What's up? I'm Christian Robb. I'm a pitcher.
Cade Schumard, I'm a left-handed pitcher.
And this is Rippin' Dex with the Saints.
My first card, I got Luke Weaver.
A David Fry.
I got Jackson Job as my next card, young guy.
We got Landon Knack.
Got Austin Hedges, another good player.
Kiter Montero.
Oh, this one's a freaky card. I got Nick Castellanos. It's Friday the 13th right now, so it's kind of a bad look to pull the Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th.
We got Nolan Jones.
JP Sears. Let's read about this guy. He's from South Carolina. That's pretty cool.
Julian Aguilar. I'm not too familiar with these guys.
No, I've heard of him for sure.
He's a pitcher though. He looks nasty.
I got Jesus Luzardo. This guy is nasty.
I got Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go. Jordan Romano. Oh, he's from Canada.
Oh.
That's pretty sick.
Wowza. Mason Montgomery, left-handed pitcher.
Alex Verdugo. He's nasty.
We got a decent one here.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Matt Strom there.
Let's go.
That's huge.
I got Caden Dana. Yeah.
Bro, I just took a look at that next card.
I know. This is a sick one. I can't wait to.
I got Kyle Tucker though. I like that one. That's pretty good.
All right, I got this this 35-year anniversary Spencer Strider card. So that's pretty sick. Spencer Strider is probably one of my favorite pitchers, and a lot of people tell me my legs look exactly like his. A lot of people. Don't ask me who.
Anyways, I got Ellie De La Cruz. That's a huge pull right there. Yeah, that's a good one right there.
That's an all-star card too.
All-star, yep.
I got 2 favorite pulls. The Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th is insane. It's a crazy pull, so that's one of my favorites. And then this Spencer Strider card, I love this dude. Probably.
What started out as a ball game where the Saints had all the momentum has turned into a very strong contest between these two teams. As it stands right now, the series is split 1-1, and this is the last confirmed meeting that these teams will have this season. So it's a winner take all for the season record, as the Saints and the Foresters are tied up at 3 apiece. As we welcome you back to Eddie Matthews Field, you're in the bottom of the 8th inning of this CCL contest. It's Sawyer Farr, the 2-batter, due up for the Foresters, and it's the 3-4 batters, Easton Mumau and Brenton Clark, due up after. Sawyer Farr 0 for 3 on the day. Takes a look at the first offering of the inning, finds the zone for strike 1. And here's the 0-1 pitch. Hard hit into right field, and it'll get down for a base hit. The leadoff man, Sawyer Farr, gets down. And with that, we also have a new arm on the mound for the Arroyo Seco Saints. It's Chris Hernandez-Vides. Nathan Hui clocks his day out at 2 innings pitched, 1 earned run, 1 hit, 1 strikeout, and no walks. And Hernandez-Vides comes in and allows a hit on the leadoff man. It's the 6th hit of the day for the Foresters.
Yeah, 0-1 count, and really just immediately swinging on that one. Good job by Farr.
As first pitch swinging for Easton Mumau. A 1-1 count. Easton Mumau with the pink and white batting gloves. As the pick over to first, not in time. Sawyer Farr comes in safely standing after his base hit to lead things off here in the 8th for the Foresters. Tie ball game, 3 runs apiece. The Foresters with 6 hits, 5 for the Saints, each team with 1 error as well. As the 0-1, a big swing, swung out of his shoes. Easton Mumau in a 0-2 count now against Chris Hernandez-Vides, who is on the hill in his first outing of the day, the 3rd straight left-handed pitcher. A lefty-lefty matchup. Here's the 0-2. Runner goes. The throw down from Garber is not in time. Trotter Enright covering second, tried to get him stealing, but not able to do so. Sawyer Farr now in scoring position off the stolen base.
But also a strikeout on that pitch as well, so at least 1 out recorded. But that runner now in scoring position. Still the heart of the order for the Foresters.
Brenton Clark up now. Looking for his first hit of the day. He reached on error in his last at-bat, but has not tallied a hit. As the first offering. Hernandez-Vides. 1-0 count, 1 out. Runner in scoring position at second. He will go to third. The throw this time from Garber over the head of Freer. And a run comes in to score for the Foresters.
And really just a bad break for Garber on that throw to third base. Kind of just airmailed it way above Jacob Freer, the third baseman, and stolen base for Sawyer Farr to third base, but then able to score on the throwing error. And that really kills you.
It kills you indeed, as that is the go-ahead run. The Foresters now lead 4-3. As the breaking ball to Brenton Clark misses. 3-0 count for the 4-batter here with 1 out for the Saints. .3-0. Finds the zone. Strike 1 to Brenton Clark. 3 balls, 1 strike, 1 out. The Foresters have found the go-ahead run here in the bottom of the 8th inning off the throwing error from Johnny Garber. Here's the 3-1 pitch. This one bunt, and it stays fair. Scooped up and thrown over to first, and the throw is not in time. Jacob Freer, good hustle, comes up on the sac bunt and throws all the way over to Levi Medella, but the throw not in time. Good hustle from Brenton Clark, and the Foresters have found their groove here in the 8th.
Yeah, it took a minute, but they finally found it just through the mistakes of the Saints. I mean, that throw by Garber into left field rather, certainly hurt, but then after that, just a really well-placed bunt single on the drag.
Xavier Square up now with only one out for the Foresters and a runner on first as the first offering finds the zone. 0-1 now. Square 0 for 3 on the day, lined out to left field as well as right field and grounded out to shortstop as well. This time runner goes and the throw. He's got himself in a pickle now, but an easy tag out for Trotter Enright for the second out of the inning. A jump from Brenton Clark, caught by the corner of the eye of Hernandez Vides, puts Clark in a pickle, and he's tagged out by Trotter Enright. Good defense and good heads-up play there by the Saints. Only one out to go before the Saints can try to tie this game up. So still a square up now as he hammers this ball right to Moseni, and the throw over to first is in time, and it retires the frame. So the runner caught in the pickle in Brenton Clark gives the Saints the second out, and the easy put out retires the frame. We head to the ninth. The Saints now trailing for the first time today. They look for the equalizer as we head to the ninth inning.
What's up? I'm Christian Robb. I'm a pitcher.
Kate Schumart, I'm a left-handed pitcher.
And this is Rip and Dex with the Saints.
My first card, I got Luke Weaver.
David Fry.
I got Jackson Job as my next card, young guy.
You got Landon Knack.
You got Austin Hedges, another good player.
Kiter Montero.
Well, this one's a freaky card. I got Nick Castellanos. It's Friday the 13th right now, so it's kind of a bad look to pull the Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th.
We got Nolan Jones.
JP Sears. Let's read about this guy. He's from South Carolina. That's pretty cool.
Julian Aguilar. I'm not too familiar with these guys.
No, I've heard of him for sure.
He's a pitcher though. He looks nasty.
I got Jesus Luzardo. This guy is nasty.
I got Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go. Jordan Romano. Oh, he's from Canada.
Oh.
That's pretty sick.
Wowza. Mason Montgomery, left-handed pitcher.
Alex Verdugo. He's nasty.
We got a decent one here.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Matt Strom there.
Let's go.
That's huge.
I got Caden Dana. Yeah.
Bro, I just took a look at that next card.
I know. This is a sick one. I can't wait to.
I got Kyle Tucker though. I like that one. That's pretty good.
All right, I got this this 35-year anniversary Spencer Strider card. So that's pretty sick. Spencer Strider is probably one of my favorite pitchers, and a lot of people tell me my legs look exactly like his. A lot of people. Don't ask me who.
Anyways, I got Ellie De La Cruz. That's a huge pull right there. Yeah, that's a good one right there.
That's an all-star card too.
All-star, yep.
I got two favorite pulls. The Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th is insane. It's a crazy pull, so that's one of my favorites. And then this Spencer Strider card, I love this dude. Probably one of my favorite baseball players.
Top of the ninth inning, and Jaden Barfield comes in, tries to get the save for the Foresters as they now lead 4-3. The freshman, incoming freshman that is, at University of Oklahoma.
Yeah, incoming sophomore actually, but just had a 3.5 ERA at Oklahoma. 18 appearances, 22 innings pitched, nearly a strikeout an inning. So he was quite good over there in Oklahoma for him, especially being an undersized pitcher, just 5'9", as you mentioned, 5'9", 221.
So the Foresters found their first lead of the game in their last offensive frame. They lead 4-3 now. And in the top of the ninth, the Saints need the equalizer in order to keep this game alive. And it's Cody Turner leading things off. It's the 4, 5, 6 batters due up for the Saints. Joey Milto on deck and Gannon Snyder in the hole here in the top of the ninth. As this pitch outside of the zone for a called ball. 2 balls, no strikes to Cody Turner. And you can just see the speed of the arm of Jaden Bearfield, throwing very hard so far. That Oklahoma talent being shown here as the breaking ball 2-0 pitch finds the zone for a called strike one. Cody Turner, 0 for 2 on the day. Another breaking ball. Missing downstairs, 3-1 count now for Cody Turner. Cody Turner on a 6-game hitting streak. 2 of those 3-hit games, but no hit today. Potentially seeing that streak be broken as the 3-1 is in the zone for a called strike two. Full count now to Cody Turner.
Yeah, good job by Barfield of getting back into the count. Just one more pitch to get that first out.
Payoff pitch, swing and a miss. Cody Turner goes down swinging to start off the inning. 1 out for the Foresters. They're 2 away from snagging a win.
Yeah, Turner's second K of the afternoon at the plate. And if you're Barfield, I mean, he's bringing the heat, but he's also doing a good job of just changing speeds. 2 outs away, but not out of the woods yet, with the 5 and 6 hitters coming up.
And that is 6 straight swinging strikeouts.
That's crazy.
For the Foresters, they have all of the pitching momentum. Crazy that they have seen 6 batters go down swinging for the Saints. Last time there was any even contact on the bats for Arroyo Seco was back in the 7th inning when Levi Medella grounded out for a 1-3 put-out play, as this pitch is hit foul into the back fence. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Crazy aces, as we like to call it here on the Saints streaming network. 1-1-1. Jaden Bearfield out of University of Oklahoma looking for the save here as the Foresters lead by 1 as this one is hammered out to center field and it gets down for a base hit. A single for Joey Milto. Gets the Saints alive and on base here in the 9th.
Another good swing by him. That gives him 4 for 4 on the game. Single, 2-run home run, single, and now another single here in the 9th. He's been their best hitter all afternoon.
Absolutely. He's got 4 of the 6 hits for the Saints, so he's got all the offensive momentum and power. It brings up Gannon Snyder now. So a runner on first. Snyder, 1 for 2 on the day. And he looks to keep the offense going as the first pitch finds the zone for a called strike one. Jaden Barfield playing around with the fastball there right in the zone. Catches Gannon Snyder looking. Gets ahead 0-1 here with 1 out. A 1 pitch. Inside and away for ball 1. Even count, 1 ball, 1 strike for Gannon Snyder. Bearfield set at the stretch as the lefty. Runner on first. The pitch. Check swing. Did not go around. Very much in agreement with that call from this point of view. Did not look like his bat went all the way around off the missing pitch. So 2 balls and 1 strike to Gannon Snyder. One out for the Foresters. Looking to get the win here in the 9th. The 2-1. High foul ball. Evens up the count at 2-2 for Gannon Snyder.
Snyder with a good cut there, but that runner on first. He just needs to put that ball into play. But, of course, ground ball, double play could end this game.
Snyder in the portal as well. Just finished up his season at Wichita State University. And he looks to keep the Saints alive here. The 2-2 pitch. Outside, missing away. Full count now for Gannon Snyder. Also celebrating a birthday just around the corner here. Turning 21 on July 20th. Full count to Gannon Snyder. 1 out and a runner on first. The Foresters with the lead. The payoff pitch, but the pick over to first in time is Milto retreating back to the bag, comes in safely and standing. Payoff pitch. Another chopped foul ball onto the street near Eddie Matthews Field here at Santa Barbara High School. And we'll do it again at 3-2 for Gannon Snyder.
Rest in peace to a windshield on that one.
Snyder, the jet red elbow guard. And the gray batting gloves get set for the payoff pitch. Another pickoff over to first, but the throw not in time. Coming into the bag in time is Joey Milto after he had the crushed single to center field. Get on base for the Saints. He'll take another comfortable lead, and we're still 3 balls, 2 strikes here for Gannon Snyder. Here's the payoff pitch. This one misses outside, and Gannon Snyder takes first on the walk. 2 runners on, brings up Levi Medella.
Just a good job of working the count and then inducing the walk on that one. And now that runner in Joey Milto moves over to second, so a runner in scoring position. Meanwhile, Gannon Snyder over to first on the walk. So that gives 2 runners now for the Saints, who really just need 1 at least to keep this game alive. But they do have the go-ahead runner on base.
Yeah, Joey Milto represents the equalizing run. Gannon Snyder represents the go-ahead run after he was just issued base on the walk. It's Levi Medella now up against Jaden Bearfield for the first time today. First pitch misses downstairs for a called ball. 1-0 now for Levi Medella. And with that, a little bit of a mound meeting. Head coach of the Foresters, Bill Pintard, comes out and discusses with his infield how they want to keep the damage from occurring here for the Foresters in the top of the 9th. The Saints trail by 1, but the go-ahead run is on base. They look to keep this game alive and take the season series over the Foresters.
Yeah, now that question on the mound, if you're Barfield and if you're Pintard, as you go and talk to your infield, is we need to keep this ball on the infield. A ball that gets to the outfield grass will likely score Milto, who does have pretty good speed. And then the next question is we need to keep Snyder from getting at least to third base, if not all the way around on a ball in the gap. So the outfield's going to be playing deep, no doubles. Meanwhile, the infielders on the first base and third base bags, that's Hoover and Muma respectively, are going to be playing near the line. Corners hugging the line, no doubles defense.
So 1-0 count for Levi Medella. It's set for the pitch. It finds the zone for a called strike 1. Crazy aces for Levi Medella here in the top of the 9th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out for the first baseman in his 4th at-bat of the day. Runners at first and second. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2 for Levi Medella.
Just a challenge fastball up in the zone. Medella went for it, but Barfield wins that battle at least with the better velocity.
So ahead now is Barfield. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runners at first and second for the Saints. Big pitch here for the Oklahoma player. 1-2. Caught him looking.
Got him with that fastball on the outside part of the plate, and maybe a controversial call, but on the outside. But with that strikeout looking, that's going to be it for him on the mound. Jaden Barfield is going to be pulled as the head coach, Bill Pintard, heads out to the mound one more time.
So we'll put a new arm in with 1 more out remaining, but 2 runners on. We'll kick it to break in the meantime. When we return, we'll have information on this new pitcher, and we'll see if the Saints can stay alive here in Santa Barbara.
I know it ain't all that liberty you should probably leave. I recognize that look in your eyes. Yeah, you should
With 1 out away from closing out this game, the Foresters put their 4th arm of the day on the mound. It's number 30, Andrew Guardino, taking the rubber for the Foresters. As we welcome you back to Eddie Matthews Field here in Santa Barbara, California, I'm Mark Robinson, joined alongside Sid Iyer on the Saints streaming network. 2 runners on for the Saints. It's Joey Milto at second in scoring position and Gannon Snyder at first. 2 outs and Johnny Garber. It is up to him to keep the Saints alive. He's 0 for 3 on the day, looks for his first hit of the afternoon, and with a runner in scoring position, an RBI as well, potentially, as he takes a look at the first offering, and he grounds it right up the middle for a base hit, coming alongside the other end and coming in to score, and the tag is not in time. And Gannon Snyder will come over to third off the missed throw. We've got a tie ball game here in Santa Barbara. So it looked like the throw to home for Joey Milto was in time but off. It scored the equalizing run. And Gannon Snyder stands at third now. Johnny Garber gets the RBI single. Runners at the corners for the Saints. And we've got a brand new ball game here in Santa Barbara, Sid.
And I mean, hey, what a great piece of hitting and a bit of redemption for Garber, who threw that ball down the left field line in the late going of this game, but meanwhile able to equalize the game again with that RBI single, hard hit up the middle, and that go-ahead score just 90 feet away.
So Gannon Snyder goes first to third. Joey Milto comes all the way home. We're tied up at 4-4 here as Keon Moseni fouls the first offering behind the catcher for strike 1.
Really changes the game in terms of the momentum. The Saints have all of it now, and they've got nothing to lose.
Oh and 1. Runners at the corners for Moseni as he grounds this one to second. He'll grab it and make the easy toss over to first for the third out of the inning. But we will head to the bottom of the 9th. It's a tie ball game here in Santa Barbara. The Foresters look to walk it off. The Saints look to hold on and send us to extra frames. You're listening to Saints Baseball on the Saints streaming network. We'll return momentarily.
What's up? I'm Christian Robb. I'm a pitcher.
Cade Schumart, I'm a left-handed pitcher.
And this is Rippin' Dex with the Saints.
My first card, I got Luke Weaver.
David Fry.
I got Jackson Job as my next card, young guy.
We got Landon Knack.
Got Austin Hedges, another good player.
Kiter Montero.
Oh, this one's a freaky card. I got Nick Castellanos.
Oh.
It's Friday the 13th right now, so it's kind of a bad look to pull the Nick Castellanos card on Friday the 13th.
We got Nolan Jones.
JP Sears. Let's read about this guy. He's from South Carolina. That's pretty cool.
Julian Aguilar. I'm not too familiar with these guys.
No, I've heard of him for sure.
He's a pitcher though. He looks nasty.
I got Jesus Luzardo. This guy is nasty.
I got Tyler Fitzgerald.
Oh, here we go. Jordan Romano. Oh, he's from Canada.
Oh.
That's pretty sick.
Wowza. Mason Montgomery, left-handed pitcher.
Alex Verdugo. He's nasty.
You got a decent one here.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Matt Strom there.
Let's go.
That's huge.
I got Caden Dana.
The Saints entered the top of the 9th inning trailing by 1, but they come out with an equalizing run and they keep things alive. Here as we welcome you back to Santa Barbara, California, bottom of the 9th inning. The Foresters look to walk it off at home. The Saints, with a tie game, look to hold on and send us to a 10th frame. My name is Mark Robinson, sitting alongside Sid Iyer here for today's Saints-Foresters CCL matchup, and it's been quite the game through 8.5 innings so far.
Yeah, I mean, just a lot of back and forth, a lot of strikeouts on both sides, but here, tie ball game, fresh baseball here. The Foresters trying to walk it off.
It's the 6, 7, 8 batters due up as the first offering to Cole Chamberlain finds the zone for a called strike 1, and it's still Chris Hernandez-Vides on the rubber for the Saints so far. His line right now, 1 inning pitched, 2 hits and 1 run as the 0-1 is fouled back for a called strike 2. 1 inning pitched for Chris Hernandez-Vides. 2 hits, a run, and a strikeout. No walks either. Low walk game so far for all the pitching as Hernandez-Vides gets set for the 0-2 pitch. Another hit, foul ball into the back netting. So we'll do it again at 0-2.
Yeah, and you referenced that walk count. I mean, in comparison to how the game was like yesterday down in Pasadena, I mean, we had 12 walks from the Saints side, 21 walks total. So to go from that to a relatively clean pitching game so far has been nice to see.
0-2 for Chamberlain. The pitch, swing and a miss. Chamberlain goes down swinging. The leadoff man struck out by Chris Hernandez-Vides.
Great pitch there, that slider, getting him to swing and a miss right over the top of it. That lefty-lefty matchup proving to be very effective. And now he's facing one more lefty, facing the bottom of the order.
Nice pitch right in the zone there for a nice, easy called strike 1. Caden Miller up to bat. The left fielder looks at the 0-1 pitch, finds the zone for a called strike 2. So that's back-to-back counts where Hernandez-Vides has found himself in an 0-2 scenario, getting ahead of these batters early in these clutch scenarios as he looks to keep the Saints alive in this tie ball game. 1 out, no balls, 2 strikes to Caden Miller. Here's the pitch. Softly grounded to second. It's grabbed and thrown over to first for the second out of the inning. Textbook play there by Keon Moseni. Gets the job done. 2 outs through 2 batters for Arroyo Seco here in the bottom of the 9th.
Yeah, kind of a tricky hop there. You got an in-betweener on that chopper, and that was Keon Moseni with the play. 4-3 the put out.
Caleb Hoover up now. 1 for 3 on the day, has an RBI single, looks for his second hit of the day, and looks to get the Foresters back in a chance to potentially win this game as it's back-to-back outs for the Saints, a strikeout and a putout as the first offering is fouled on the third base side for a called strike 1. The 0-1 misses in the dirt, evens up the count. 1 ball and 1 strike here with 2 gone in the bottom of the 9th inning. One for Hoover. The pitch. Another foul ball onto the left side for strike 2. One and 2 for Hernandez-Vides. 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Hoover getting set in the box. Here's the pitch. Just a bit upstairs for ball 2. Bottom of the 9th inning, 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuces wild as the Saints look to stay alive and send this game to extra innings. Hernandez-Vides delivers. Just a bit low for ball 3. Full count now. Payoff pitch. In the zone. He caught him looking for strike 3. Hernandez-Vides storms the Saints into extra innings, and they stay alive here in Santa Barbara. We'll head to the 10th. It's 4-4. Saints and Foresters knotted up. Mark Robinson and Sid Iyer will return in just a moment on the Saints streaming network.
I know it ain't all that, but you should probably leave. I recognize that look in your eyes. Yeah, you should probably leave.
.45 p.m. here in Santa Barbara as we enter extra frames. The Saints and the Foresters all tied up at 4 runs apiece. Welcome back to the Saints Streaming Network. I'm Mark Robinson, sitting alongside Sid Iyer. And it's Lane Hayworth, the true leadoff man here in the 10th, getting set to start things off. A reminder that in extra innings, a runner starts on second per the CCL rule, so it's Keon Moseni standing at second with a chance to score a run for the Saints.
Yeah, a continuation of that Manfred rule as it originated in Major League Baseball, filtering its way down to the college level and here in the CCL.
Runner goes all the way over to third. The throw is in time. So a jump not in time puts that initial runner at second now gone. So a tough disadvantage and an out for the Saints puts them in a very tough spot. Still Lane Hayworth up to bat, leading things off in extra frames.
Yeah, I don't know why you do that. I mean, you got that runner in scoring position already.
As Hayworth cranks this one out to right field, but it stays foul for strike 2.
And one thing to mention on top of that is Lane Hayworth is your leadoff hitter. You've got the top of the lineup coming up. Moseni already with good speed, doesn't need the extra 90 feet. Man, really makes you scratch your head.
Yeah, it really does. That's a tough break there for the Saints, especially considering the position they've put themselves in. They were trailing and then got the tying run. Looked to try to get the advantage here, but now in a tough spot. We'll have to score a traditional run here with no runners on and one out as the 0-2 offering misses inside. Hayworth has to duck away. 1-2 now to the leadoff man.
And it really just changes how this inning plays out. I mean, Hayworth, all he had to worry about there was just getting him 90 feet over, then a sac fly drives him in, but now, like he said, traditional run.
1-2, just a bit outside, evens things up. 2 balls and 2 strikes for Lane Hayworth. 1 out after Moseni, the designated runner to start the inning, was caught stealing at third. So a 2-2 count for Guardino, the pitcher. The delivery is fouled, and we'll do it again at 2-2. Hayworth 0 for 4 on the day, looking for his first hit in his 5th at-bat. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Another foul ball on the third base side. Barehanded by head coach Aaron Milam and tossed back over to the home dugout. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Top of the 10th inning. Extra innings here for the Saints and the Foresters. Guardino with the pitch. Breaking ball, missing outside. Full count now for Lane Hayworth. Hayworth on a 2-game hitting streak. No hits today. He's 0 for 4. Looks to extend it. He has 3 swinging strikeouts. Payoff pitch. Misses upstairs. And another base runner for the Saints. Could have been runners at the corners, but nevertheless, we'll take what we can get here in the top of the 10th. Hayworth goes to first, and it looks like...
Now batting number 17, Trotter.
Trotter Enright up to bat now. Runner on first.
Yeah, so they get that 90 feet from Lane Hayworth. And you have to wonder what that inning would look like otherwise. First and second with no outs is what it would have been had Moseni still been at second. Got to find a way to get Hayworth all the way around to score.
If there's anyone that can do that, it's Trotter Enright, a power hitter. As he takes a look at the first offering, it finds the zone for a called strike one. As we talked about, Trotter Enright, also one of the batters today looking for a hit. He's on a 4-game hitting streak, but is 0 for 3 on the day. Runner at first, 1 out. Pick over to first, not in time. Coming in sliding is Lane Hayworth, and we'll do it again at 0-1 for Trotter Enright. Enright still leading the team in RBIs. He has 18 on the summer. Unlikely we'll see him get his 19th here, but with a hitter like him, you never know. This pitch misses high and away for ball one. Even count now. Crazy aces here in extra innings for Trotter Enright. Wide stance for the Long Beach State Dirtbag. Runner at first, 1 out. Guardino kicks and delivers. Check swing is in the zone for a called strike two. And Enright has some words for the home plate umpire. He does not agree with that call.
That's a tough strike.
1 out, 1 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-2. Things getting a little chippy here in extra innings. Some fans here at Eddie Matthews Field chirping the batter Trotter Enright a little bit based on his words for the home plate umpire. But nevertheless, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Trotter Enright looks to keep the Saints alive. The 2-2 pitch. Chopped foul.
Enright just finding a way to stay in this at-bat. As now Chamberlain heads out to the mound for a quick mound visit. But Enright really didn't like that strike call on that 2-strike. Well, I guess that 1-strike count that turned it into a 2-strike count. And he really doesn't. He's trying to avoid going down looking. Of course, you want to make sure that you get all your cuts out there, as it looks like we're going to get Bill Pintard, the head coach, also heading out for the moment, and it seems like a trainer is heading out to the mound. Maybe some injury or something happening on the mound here to our pitcher.
Guardino looks to be in some pain. I can see him shaking his arm. He looks to be in a little bit of distress as well, so potentially may see him coming out of the game. It would be the 5th arm of the day coming in for the Foresters. Trotter Enright currently in a 2-2 count.
A bit of more conversation here happening between Bill Pintard and looks like Scott Murray, assistant coach. We're in a shell. Trainer continues to talk to our pitcher on the mound, Guardino. And it looks like there is double-barreled action happening in the bullpen. Number 34 and number 37 getting warmed up in the bullpen. We'll get you their names here in just a minute. And really the question right now is, can Guardino stay in the game or not? At the moment, the answer is inconclusive. But it does appear that everybody is looking towards the bullpen. So perhaps there will be a pitching change, but at the moment, nothing confirmed just yet. Yeah, it looks like Guardino, he put the ball down. Looks unhappy as he walks off the mound, holding his glove in his right arm. Now on his left, but he's holding his right arm at an angle, so hopefully it's not an elbow injury. You hate to see something like that happen in summer baseball, but he is out of the game.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens here. Trotter Enright in a 2-2 count with 1 out. Runner at first for the Saints. We'll return in just a moment with the new pitcher here in extra innings.
I know it ain't all that labor, you should probably leave. I recognize if you seem a little bit distracted, I'm in another place and another well, I apologize for the way I'm acting. Just got a lot of loving you on my ever since this morning I've been wondering how you do that thing you did last night. Well, let me tell
We welcome you back to Eddie Matthews Field here in Santa Barbara, California, after the long break. The previous pitcher, Guardino, went out with an injury, which forced the Foresters into the hand of deciding who they wanted to put in, which pitcher that they had in the bullpen or that was the most ready to come in on shorter notice. And it's Ethan O'Neill on the rubber now, finishing up getting warm. A little bit of controversy around his warm-up routine. He spent all of that time that we were just on break, most of it in the bullpen getting warmed up, and then he came out to the rubber and then warmed up more.
Yeah, he basically just got a lot of warm-up pitches, and there seemed to be some type of conversation between the home plate umpire and Aaron Milam, the head coach, along with Trotter Enright in the batter's box. Sort of surrounding that, it seemed like.
But either way, there's one out, and Trotter Enright is currently still in the middle of a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Might be the longest 2-out count of the history of the CCL.
Could be.
And here's the 2-2 pitch. Long awaited, it misses low, and a full count now. One out, a full count. Runner at first. Foresters could turn 2. Top of the 10th inning, tie ball game. The payoff pitch. Just a bit outside, and Trotter Enright heads to first. 2 runners on. Brings up Jacob Freer.
Yeah, good walk there after, as you mentioned, one of the longest at-bats we've seen because of the injury timeout. But that's 2 consecutive walks now. Of course, O'Neill only coming in for like 3 pitches there. But regardless, runners on first and second at the moment, and a chance here for the Saints to take the lead with 1 out.
Yeah, runner in scoring position. Jacob Freer up now. 0 for 4 on the day. He's due for his first hit with runners at second and first. Hayworth at second. Trotter Enright at first, both off of walks. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball, misses upstairs. One ball, no strike, 2 runners on. The Saints looking to take the lead here. This pitch, check swing from Jacob Freer, did not go around. 2-0 now. So Freer ahead of the count. A walk loads the bases. Puts a runner right back at third where we started initially in this frame, which feels like long time ago after the injury timeout. 2-0 with 1 out. O'Neill kicks and delivers. Way upstairs. Runners will move station to station. 2 runners in scoring position now. Enright at second. Hayworth at third. And the Saints have found themselves in quite the ideal position to take the lead here in extra innings.
Yeah, they're just 1 base hit away from taking the lead with insurance. Now the infield's in. Outfield playing deep. Trying to keep this ball in the infield.
And they've got an out to work with as well. 2 outs. The Foresters still need to send this to the bottom of the 10th.
And looks like they're going to intentionally walk Freer to set up the double play.
So they put Freer at first on the intentional walk. Bases loaded. Cody Turner up to bat. This is what storybook moments are made of right here. You've got a guy who slugged over .850 2 years in a row at his respective college. A guy who hits the ball like 95-plus mile an hour off the bat, and a guy who's also on a 6-game hitting streak, and he's up to bat now. He's also 0 for 3 on the day, so it's a prime opportunity for him to try to get a hit and give the Saints the lead.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, Bill Pintard, the head coach, is out for the pitching change, so that's it for O'Neill. Like half a batter, really, if you count the continuation of that Trotter Enright at-bat as an at-bat for him. And it's going to be turned over to number 34, Noah Waldeck, who attends St. Mary's. And he's from Vista, California. And he comes into a really challenging situation here. I mean, Bases loaded. Bases loaded, 1 out, tie ball game, and he has to induce a double play. Ground ball double play up the middle, or else they're going to have to go to that bottom half of the inning and try and find their way back into this one. And so he'll get his warm-up pitches in here at the moment. But we'll see what he can do on the mound.
And we'll let him get his warm-up pitches, and we'll kick it to break again here in Santa Barbara. We'll take another timeout, and we'll return in just a moment here on the Saints Streaming Network.
If you seem a little bit distracted, I come in another place and another time. Well, I apologize for the way I'm acting. Just got a lot of loving you on my
It's number 34, Noah Waldeck on the mound now for the Foresters out of St. Mary's College of California. The 6'5", 230-pound right-handed pitcher will face off against arguably the most powerful hitter on the Saints roster, Cody Turner. As we welcome you back, bases loaded, extra innings tie game. This is what storybook moments are made of. As Cody Turner takes a look at the first offering, it's outside for ball one.
Yeah, for Turner at the plate, it's only 1 out. He just really needs to not afford to hit this ball straight on the ground to an infielder. Ball to the outfield, drives in a run.
1-0 pitch in the zone for a called strike one.
Turner, a power hitter, career .494 hitter in his 2 seasons at the college level these past couple of years, and has the power to get that ball deep into the outfield.
1 ball and 1 strike. Bases loaded. The pitch to Turner. Breaking ball finds the zone. Called strike two. Turner behind now, looking to stay alive here up against the new pitcher, Noah Waldeck. Bases loaded. Hayworth at third. Trotter Enright at second. The pitch. High foul ball stays on the left side. So still 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good spot to be in if you are Waldeck. Got a couple pitches to play with. Can go back to the off speed in the dirt like he was trying there on that previous pitch.
1-2. Turner, swing and a miss. Strike 3 called. He's visibly frustrated with not being able to produce there. He goes 0 for 4 on the day. But it's Joey Milto to the rescue, the best hitter of the day for the Saints so far today. He's 4 for 4 with 3 singles and a home run. And in his 5th at-bat of the day, this moment seems to have been made for him. Extra innings, tie game, bases loaded. It's all up to Joey Milto. First offering, just a bit low, missing for ball 1. Jacob Freer at first, Trotter Enright at second, Lane Hayworth at first. 2 outs, bases loaded. Joey Milto looking to go 5 for 5 and take the lead as this pitch misses low and away. 2 balls, no strikes.
And quite literally, Milto is half of the run production here for the Saints. Those 2 RBIs coming off that home run. Feels like that was a while ago, but that was only the 4th inning, the middle innings.
Two-0. Breaking ball misses inside. 3 balls, no strikes. 1 bad pitch away from walking the go-ahead run in is Noah Waldeck.
And if you're Milto, you're going to be taking dead red here. Make him come to you in the zone.
Bases loaded, 3-0 pitch. Misses low. The go-ahead run comes in to score off the walk. The Saints take the lead here in Santa Barbara.
And they do it by nature of 4 walks here in the 10th inning. Hayworth, Enright, Freer, and now Milto. No hits in this inning. All of them just free passes. And so Milto now has 3 of the 5 runs driven in for the Saints.
Again in Snyder. 1 for 2 on the day. Reached on air and was also walked, has 4 total plate appearances, and now he's got the bases loaded as the first pitch is a breaking ball, finding the zone for a called strike 1. So it's Joey Milto at first now. Jacob Freer advances to second. Trotter Enright at third. Lane Hayworth came in to score the go-ahead run here in the extra innings. 2 outs and an 0-1 count for Gannon Snyder. Here's the pitch. Snyder turns his hips but doesn't go around. Evens up the count at 1-1. One. Catches the zone. Fastball on the lower end for a called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Gannon Snyder looking to stay alive here in Santa Barbara. Wide stance, getting set for the 1-2 pitch. Waldeck delivers. Grounded, up the middle. Second base throw over to first is in time to retire the frame. Well hit ball by Snyder. Went over to the shortstop at the throw, not in time. But the Saints take the lead off of the walk. We head to the bottom of the 10th. The Saints looking to hold on to their 1-run lead and walk out of this game with a win. We'll return in just a moment on the Saints streaming network.
last night.
Bottom of the 10th inning, the Saints found the go-ahead run in the top of the 10th in the form of 4 walks in the 10th inning spread across 2 pitchers. They have the lead. They look to hold on to it. All they need is 3 outs to go home with a win. Welcome back to Santa Barbara, California, everybody. Mark Robinson alongside Sid Iyer. Bottom of the 10th inning. Reminder, per the CCL rules, a runner starts at second in extra innings, and it's a pinch runner, number 9, Easton Ruley, running in place of Caleb Hoover. And it's the 9-1-2 batters up, and Liam Thatcher takes the mound here in extras as the 4th arm of the day for the Saints as he surveys the infield and turns around to try to pick off the runner, but coming in safely is Easton Ruley. Thatcher keeping a close eye on second, trying to prevent any stolen bases. Runner is already in scoring position, yet to provide an offering to Zane Becker. First pitch, runner stays put. The pitch misses outside for ball 1.
Getting some signs here from his middle infielder. It's going to be Trotter Enright at short, Mosini at second. Both of which keeping that runner close. They don't want him to get a good lead. So they'll try their best to keep him close with some signs.
0-1 count here. Shows bunt, but the pitch misses outside. The batter pulls his barrel away. 2 balls, no strikes. Short lead for Easton Ruley. Thatcher taking his time. Tensions are high here in Santa Barbara. A 1-run lead for the Saints. They need 3 outs to take the win home to Pasadena. 2 balls, no strikes for Thatcher up against Zane Becker. The pitch shows bunt again. Another ball missing out of the zone. 3 balls, no strikes for the new arm for the Saints, Liam Thatcher.
He has not come in and has not thrown strikes. He's got to get in the zone, but he does have a base open.
A base open indeed, as he looks to kick and deal the 3-0 pitch with a runner on second. 3-0 finds the zone for a called strike 1. Thatcher getting back in his groove, trying to catch himself up to a full count up against Zane Becker. Becker 1 for 3 on the day, an RBI single, as well as a ground out and a swinging strikeout. Saints with the 1-run lead. Here's the 3-1. Bunt stays fair. Sack bunt, but the throw to first in time. It advances the runner to third, so Easton Ruley on third now in scoring position 90 feet away. But the Saints get an out, and it's Terrence Kill, the true leadoff man, due up to try to bring the tying run in for the Foresters.
Yeah, and a job well done there by Becker. Just got to get the bunt down. Typical college baseball. Move him station to station, and that forces the Saints middle infield in as well as the corners. Outfield playing shallow. Very shallow, in fact, in right field.
First offering to Kill, misses upstairs, ball 1. Runner at third now. Saints still with the lead. They can play shallow infield, prevent the run from scoring with only 1 out. As this pitch is fouled over to the left side, even things up at 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out. Crazy aces for Terrence Kill. Runner at third. Forster's looking for the equalizer. This pitch in the dirt. Runner stays at third after the pitch goes off the chest guard of Johnny Garber. 2 balls, 1 strike to Terrence Kill. the leadoff center fielder.
And he's got one out in the inning, so Keel puts this ball on the ground. And runner at third is going to be in motion.
2-1 pitch. High fly ball out to left field. Ruley getting ready to tag up. The throw all the way to home. Missed the tag. He didn't get him. The throw was in time, but Garber not able to get the glove on the back of the runner. The Foresters have tied this game at 5 apiece.
Good throw from left field by Gannon Snyder, just a little bit up the line. And that's all you really need sometimes, just to get in and eke in that run. Exactly what happened on that play. Bang, bang at the plate, but now we've got a fresh ball game.
We sure do. We're tied up at 5 runs apiece, 2 outs, no runners on. Saints looking to get rid of this half inning here as the first delivery to Sawyer Farr's in there for a called strike. Oh and 1 now. 2 outs for the Saints defense. Thatcher delivers. 0-1 pitch fouled for strike 2. Oh-2 pitch. Breaking ball missing low and out of the glove of Johnny Garber. 1-2 now. Just under 3.5 hours into this ball game. In the bottom of the 10th inning, 5 runs apiece here in extra innings. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Sawyer Farr. Thatcher sets up at the stretch and the pitch. High fly ball out to left center field. Gannon Snyder gets under it and retires the frame. We head to the 11th here at Eddie Matthews Field in Santa Barbara. The Saints and the Foresters knotted up at 5.
If I seem a little bit distracted, I come in another place and another well, I apologize for the way I'm acting. Just got a lot of loving you on my
Top of the 11th inning. It's tied up here at Eddie Matthews Field. It's the 7, 8, 9 batters, 2 up for the Saints. Gannon Snyder stands at second as he was the last out of the offense for the Saints as this bunt goes off the barrel, high and foul for strike 1.
Medella trying to do exactly the same thing that the Foresters did in that half of the inning. Get a bunt down, move him to 90 feet to third base. That's Gannon Snyder at second base at the moment. Then drive him in.
An 0-1 count to Levi Medella now. Snyder at second. Another bunt, but he pulls the barrel away, and it misses for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, no outs. Gannon Snyder at second. Another bunt. Another pitch missing out of the zone. 2 balls and 1 strike to the first baseman, Levi Medella. The 7 batter today, the leadoff man here in the 11th inning, as we're still tied 5 runs apiece here in Santa Barbara. We'll do a quick mound visit between the infield and the pitcher, Noah Waldeck.
Yeah, head coach Bill Pintard also on his way out. Doesn't appear that there's direct activity happening in the bullpen at the moment. There are a few players up and milling about, but this looks more like a defensive meeting or perhaps figuring out what he's got on the mound here.
Yeah, the Foresters sure liking to string out the clock here. Talk with as many people as they can and make as many discussions worthy as they can, you know. Take away. Sometimes time is money in these scenarios, and you know, you can strip teams of momentum with mound meetings and, you know, taking your time with warm-ups and all those different ins and outs of how baseball works.
And also, theoretically, it gives them a chance to get somebody loose, give them extra warm-up pitches before anything consequential happens during the game. But to my earlier point, it doesn't seem like anybody's actually getting loose in the pen, so it is certainly his inning to work through if you're Noah Waldeck on the mound. But this has turned into a long mound visit. Even the home plate umpire has been standing on the mound here for at least 20 seconds. So now the meeting has concluded. So adds to the intrigue.
2-1 count for Medella after the long mound meeting. Runner at second. In scoring position. No outs for the Saints. Waldeck delivers. Medella shows bunt again. Runner stays at second. 3-1 for Levi Medella. Hitters count. The leadoff man, Levi Medella, sets up in the box. The pitch. Shows bunt again. It misses outside. A leadoff walk for Levi Medella. Puts 2 runners on and brings up Johnny Garber, who had the RBI single in the 9th to tie this game.
So Garber looking for a little continued redemption. After earlier in the game, he threw that ball away, but then squared it up and equalized it up by getting them back into the game with the tie score. Now he's got the chance to give them the lead with that runner in scoring position at second. Corners are in to field the bunt.
Nice bunt there. Runners will move up in stations, and the bases are loaded after the bunt from Johnny Garber.
And it looked like there was some miscommunication there with that bunt. Nobody was covering first. Esker, the second baseman, was well towards the bag at second, and that gave Garber full entry to take first base. So no outs recorded on the play. Now bases juiced, no outs.
Bases loaded. Snyder at third, Medella at second, Johnny Garber at first, and it's Keon Moseni, the second leadoff man, with a chance to spark fire here for the Saints. The first offering to Moseni. Finds the zone for a called strike 1. Now, the last time the Saints took the lead here in extra innings, it was in the fashion of a bases-juiced walk. Bases loaded again, this time with no outs, an 0-1 count for Keon Moseni, As this offering in the zone for a called strike 2. Hayworth on deck, Trotter Enright in the hole, bases loaded here in Santa Barbara. Waldeck with the pitch. Fouled off the ground. We'll do it again at 0-2. Snyder with a comfortable lead, comfortable run. Trying to get home and score the go-ahead run for the Saints. Moseni setting up in the batter's box. Wide stance. The pitch. Another foul ball. 0-2, still the count.
Just fighting off these pitches, 2 in a row.
Yeah, doing a good job staying alive. Bases loaded, no outs. Definitely a scenario where you want to try to put a ball in play and at least score one run. Here's the 0-2. Misses outside. First ball of the count for Noah Waldeck, and a 1-2 count now for Keon Moseni. One ball, two strikes, bases loaded. The pitch. Misses upstairs. And good patience by Keon Moseni. Goes down 0-2, fouls 2 balls to stay alive, and then brings the count back to 2-2. He's evened himself up, and he arguably has the momentum here against Noah Waldeck. 2-2 pitch. Another high foul ball. Low pitch out of the zone, but he caught the bottom of it on the drive of the swing. We'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes for Keon Moseni.
Yeah, third foul ball to the at-bat. Infield remains in, and still no outs in the inning. Outfield playing perhaps at standard depth, if anything, a little bit shallow, in fact.
2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Caught him swinging for the first out of the inning. Bases still loaded, but 1 out.
Yeah, challenge fastball up in the zone. Moseni fouled off 3 pitches as he got to 2 strikes, but couldn't quite handle that fastball up. Waldeck doing a good job changing speeds, able to induce the swing and a miss, and with that, 1 out. Double play now in effect.
Hayworth now the true leadoff man up to bat with 1 out and the bases loaded here in Santa Barbara. Snyder at third, Medella at second, Garber at first as Hayworth takes a look at ball 1. One-0 pitch. Breaking ball in the zone. Strike 1 for Lane Hayworth. Waldeck setting up on the hill, up against the lefty leadoff man Hayworth. He'll kick and deliver. Shallow ground ball over to first, but a run comes in to score, and Arroyo Seco takes the lead. An efficient play there by the Saints. Hayworth gets the sacrifice RBI with 2 outs, and runners at second and third. The Saints with a 6-5 lead here in Santa Barbara.
And that first baseman, Hoover, tried to throw the ball home on that chopper, but his momentum moving a little bit back towards the cut of the grass in the shallow right field area, so he wasn't able to do that. Got the force out, but that brought in that run.
And now Trotter Enright with 2 runners in scoring position, up for his first AB, takes a big swing at the first offering for a swinging strike 1. So Levi Medella standing at third, Garber at second. No runner at first anymore. 2 outs. The Saints with the lead. The 0-1. Hard hit out to right field. It's down for a base hit. Medella comes in to score. The Saints cushion their lead, 7-5. Arroyo Seco here in extra innings.
And just getting it done. Trotter Enright has had that intensity all game. Just a matter of time before he got some good wood on that ball. Took it to right field, and just a great piece of hitting. Got an RBI to show for it, and a 2-run lead now for the Saints.
Yeah, like I said, cushion that lead a little bit. Trotter Enright going into that at-bat was 0 for 3 in 5 plate appearances, but he finally gets some bat on ball, hits this one hard out to right field, and brings in the 7th run of the day for the Saints. So 2 outs, Jacob Freer up now with runners at the corners. Johnny Garber still standing safely at third. Trotter Enright at first. First offering, check swing from Jacob Freer. One ball, no strikes. Runners at the corners. Enright at first. Garber at third. Saints have taken a 2-run lead here in the 11th inning. The pitch. Breaking ball, nice and in the zone. Evens it up at 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 count to Jacob Freer. Waldeck delivers. This one in the dirt for ball 2.
And if you're Waldeck, this is just damage control at this moment. Was able to induce the ground ball, but not quite enough to keep that run off the board. And now he's just trying to limit it, keep it at a 2-run lead. Get some weak contact. 1 out is all he needs to get.
And this has been a picture-perfect offensive inning for the Saints. They've done everything they've needed to do as far as timely hitting goes. As the pitch into Jacob Freer misses away.
Felt like a good pitch. Waldeck on the mound, kind of looking to see where that missed. Chamberlain with a good frame. No dice. It's been a bit of an inconsistent zone all game.
A walk loads the bases. Runners at the corners. 3 balls, 1 strike. Waldeck getting set at the stretch up against Jacob Freer. The pitch. Hard hit to first base. The unassisted putout retires the frame for the Foresters. But not before the Saints strike 2 runs here in the top of the 11th inning. 3 outs, and they walk away with a win. We'll return in just a moment here on the Saints streaming network. Easton Mumau due up here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Sawyer Farr stands at second as the designated runner to start things off as we welcome you back to Santa Barbara. Extra innings, the Saints took a 2-run lead in the top of the 11th, and they need 3 outs to hold on. And it's Liam Thatcher back on the mound as the Saints look to take the extra innings win and the season series over the Foresters this summer. First offering to Mumau, misses high for ball 1. Mumau, only 1 hit on the day. Lefty batter up against the righty pitcher Thatcher. Some signs coming from the infield. He kicks and deals the 1-0 pitch, and it misses for ball 2. Thatcher, 10.80 ERA on the season, eligible for the save here as the Saints leading by 2. Approaching hour 4 of this Sunday afternoon baseball game. It's been nothing short of an electric matchup between these two teams. Thatcher surveys the infield. Takes his time. The 2-0 pitch. Up and into shallow left. Snyder gets under it. 1 out, 2 to go for the Saints. Farr stays put at second.
Now batting number 6, Brenton.
Good job of inducing some weak contact there. And quick note, because Thatcher came in the last inning, he actually would be eligible for the win in this scenario. 2-run lead happened in the last half inning. But only 2 more outs to go.
2 more outs to go, and it's Brenton Clark up now for the Foresters. Another lefty batter going up against Liam Thatcher. Clark is 1 for 3 on the day. Also reached on air, has reached base successfully twice in his 4 plate appearances. Still a runner at second, 1 out now. First offering, misses upstairs. 1-0 now. Infield playing standard. 1 ball, no strikes to Brenton Clark. Thatcher surveys, kicks, and delivers. Swing and a miss. Caught him for strike 1. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Runner at second here in the bottom of the 11th inning. Crazy aces, as we call it, on the Saints streaming network. The 1-1 pitch. Just a bit inside. Missing at the hips of Brenton Clark. Sawyer Farr still at second. 2 balls and 1 strike with 1 gone for the Saints. Clark up to bat. Here's the pitch. In the zone for a called strike 2.
And he didn't like that call. Immediately looked towards his dugout, who's now chirping at the home plate umpire. That's a big strike, though.
Yeah, not a fan of that call at all. And indeed, a big strikeout. Thatcher, who's eligible for the win, as you said, Sid. In a 2-2 count here, looks to strike out for the second out of the inning. Two from Thatcher. Grounded to second. Mishandled but thrown. The throw not in time. Trotter Enright got his body on it, but he bobbled the ball and couldn't get the throw over. So runners at the corners and 1 out brings up Xavier Esquire.
And that's going to go down as an E6 in the books against Trotter Enright. Got a bad hop on that one, and it sort of, he got an in-betweener right as it hit the dirt, right on the cut of the grass there. So now Esker up, and he's got a chance to get at least 1 run in.
Yep, and Farr stands safely at third. Runners at the corners. Thatcher up against Esker. Now, first pitch high and away for ball 1. One-0 pitch. Hit hard and foul.
Must have been foul by a matter of feet.
Yeah, some angsty groans coming from the first base side. Some upset noises coming from Foresters players and fans as that evened the count up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Potential for a double play to end the game here, but also have to prevent the run from coming in to score. Still 2 runs to tie the game is what the Foresters need. Crazy aces for Liam Thatcher. The pitch. High, up in the air, in the infield. Getting under it is Moseni. He makes the grab. We're 1 out away from a Saints win. So now the play is anywhere.
Now batting number 8, Cole Chamberlain.
Cole Chamberlain up to bat. still has runners at the corners, but they need 2 runs to tie it. The equalizer run is represented by Brenton Clark, who reached on the E6 from Trotter Enright. Xavier Square flew out to second, and it's up to Cole Chamberlain against Liam Thatcher. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 11th inning. First offering in there for a strike. Getting ahead early with 2 outs, no balls, 1 strike. Cole Chamberlain. A final hope for the Foresters. 0-1 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Strike 2 for Cole Chamberlain. Ahead of the count now. Runners at the corners. The Saints have the lead. Liam Thatcher ahead in an 0-2 count. Saints looking to win here in Santa Barbara. The 0-2 pitch. Runner goes. It's upstairs. The throw will stay at home. 2 runners in scoring position now. 1-2 count for Cole Chamberlain.
Easy 90 feet for him to take, and now 2 runners on. I mean, in scoring position, that is. Hit ties this game, theoretically.
2 outs, bottom of the 11th inning. Thatcher set at the stretch. The 1-2 pitch. Just a bit upstairs, missing for ball 2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Deuces Wild to win the game.
Let's go, Foresters.
2-2 pitch. Hard hit. Out to center field, and it's down for a base hit. 1 run comes in to score. Another, and we're tied up here in Santa Barbara. A 2 RBI double for Cole Chamberlain knots this game up at 7 apiece.
Just immediately unloads the bases. A beautiful swing to left center field. Can't do it much better than that. Splits the gap between Gannon Snyder, the left fielder, and Lane Hayworth, the center fielder. So 7 runs on 8 hits and 1 error defensively. Meanwhile, the Saints 7 runs on 9 hits. But both teams have scored 2 runs here in the 11th inning, and this just keeps going.
Caden Miller up now. 2 outs still and a runner on. This one shallowly lofted into center. Gannon Snyder makes the grab, and we head to the 12th frame here in Santa Barbara. Might be the longest game in CCL history. So the Saints took the lead in the top. The Foresters find the equalizer. We head to the 12th inning. Mark Robinson and Sid Iyer here on the Saints streaming network.
Ever since there's a morning, I've been wondering how you do that thing you did last night.
Top of the 12th inning here in Santa Barbara. A tie game yet again between the Saints and the Foresters as we welcome you back to the Saints Streaming Network. I'm Mark Robinson alongside Sid Iyer as we are encroaching on hour 4 of this game. It has been a back and forth seesaw battle between these two teams. The Saints had the lead initially, 3-0. The Foresters would come back and tie it, 3-3. They took the lead, 4-3. In the top of the 9th, Johnny Garber had an RBI single to get the equalizing 4th run, and since then, it's just been punching bag back and forth between each team. And here we are in the 12th. It's a 7-7 game, and a new arm on the mound for the Foresters, Easton Toomis. His first offering into Cody Turner. Misses in the zone for a called strike 1.
Some good velo on him. Currently attends UT Austin, so he's a Longhorn. We'll get you his velocity numbers here in a second.
Jacob Freer on second as the designated runner. Turner shows bunt, goes off the barrel for strike 2. Toomis, a junior at University of Texas, Austin. 6'4", 165-pound, lengthy fastball thrower. Sets up for the 0-2 pitch here against Cody Turner, who's yet to record a hit for the Saints today. The pitch. Breaking ball in the zone. Cody Turner goes down looking as the leadoff man.
Hate to go down looking, but it was a good pitch on an off speed that just broke right down the middle. And safe to say that the crowd that's come to watch this game has gotten their money's worth. Now, of course, admission was free. But a lot of baseball. Can't hate at that too much.
One runner on, Joey Milto, who's reached base every single time he's been up to bat today. 5 plate appearances. He's got 4 hits and a walk. First offering. Finds the zone for a called strike. Jacob Freer as the designated runner at second. Oh, 0-1 with an out and a runner at second. Top of the 12th inning. Fouled on for strike 2.
He's doing a good job of mixing speeds. Went to the changeup there, but that fastball getting in between 90 and 92 this inning.
Oh, 0-2 pitch. Easton Toomis delivers. Fouled on the first base line toward first base. Scooped up by Hoover. We'll do it again at 0-2.
Some lengthy at-bats here, huh?
Everything about this game is lengthy.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you right now.
Oh, yeah.
Joey Milto. In an 0-2 count. Runner in scoring position, 1 out for the Foresters defense. Toomis surveys the infield and delivers. Upstairs and away for ball 1. A 1.22 ERA for Easton Toomis out of UT Austin. 7 1/3 innings pitched as he comes into today's extra innings game. On a 1-2 pitch. Toomis. Hard. And it's driven right to the second baseman. And the force out at second retires the frame off the double play. A tough break for the Saints as the ball was lined right into the glove of Sawyer Farr. He taps the bag, The force out sends the Saints to their defensive frame tied up. We'll see if they can hold on here in Santa Barbara.
Baby, if I seem a little bit distracted, like I'm in another place and another time. Well, I apologize for the way I'm acting. Just got a lot of loving you on my ever since this morning I've been wondering how you do that thing you did last night.
And
We've officially hit hour 4 of this afternoon's baseball game between the Foresters and the Saints as we welcome you back for the bottom of the 12th inning. It's the pinch hitter, Easton Rowley, leading things off in place of, I believe, Caleb Hoover.
yep, that's correct.
And Caden Miller stands at second as the pinch runner. Showing bunt and tapping it down to advance the runner to third. The ball is mishandled. Runners at the corners for the Foresters.
And, I mean, that'll go down as a recorded E5 in the scorebook. And that's exactly how you don't want to start this inning. Freer trying to be too clever and too quick with his hands at third base. So what should have been an easy first out on the defense for the Saints has turned into first and third with no outs. And again, it's a tie ball game, so that runner on first is immaterial as head coach Aaron Milam makes the slow walk out to the mound. Unsure yet if he's going to be removed from the game. Seems like it's going to be more of a conference. But at the moment, all that the Foresters have to think about is 90 feet. They can get this ball really in play. They stand a good chance, and of course, it's likely that the Saints are going to play the infield in and concede that runner at first to allow him to steal second. And if this hitter coming up, if he can basically get it out of the infield, they're going to win.
Yeah, all they need is one runner to cross the plate. Caden Miller stands at third after being the designated runner. Easton Rowley at first off the E5. The bunt puts him runners at the corners. He's kind of irrelevant in this scenario right now. He's out of scoring position, and all they need is one run to win the game. I guess his relevance is the fact that he advanced the runner to third.
Yep.
But regardless, not paying attention to him as much. And it's Zane Becker up now, the number 9 hitter, the DH for the Foresters with no outs and runners at the corners.
And something to consider, Miller, the runner at third, is the Foresters left fielder. Has pretty decent speed. Outfield is playing at a very interesting shift at the moment. They actually brought the left fielder in, Gannon Snyder, to play right in front of second base.
Yeah, they did this in slow, too, in extra innings. Playing the 5 infielder defense to prevent the run from scoring. As this pitch is in there for a strike. Thatcher still on the rubber for the Saints. The pitch, runner goes, but it's lined and down for a walk-off win for the Foresters. Zane Becker gets the walk-off RBI single, and the Foresters win it in 12 innings.
And I mean, it was about time, honestly, just considering how many mistakes the Saints made defensively and certainly even offensively there, not being able to drive in the key runs. And, of course, a bit of bad luck, too, hitting it straight at a couple of fielders and being the, I guess the victim of a couple of double plays there at the tail end of the game. But all things considered, I mean, look, it was a long game. The Santa Barbara Foresters able to eke out the win and score that 8th run. And it's not for a lack of trying. The Saints had 9 hits, but also I think the biggest indicator of how this game went, 3 errors defensively, and that's going to cost you.
It is, in fact, going to cost you right there, especially in summer wood bat ball. You have to keep the errors to a minimal. You can't have more than, 1, if that. That's what's going to kill you here. And it's evidently what lost the hard-fought game here for the Saints.
Yeah, can't do much about that, but in the end, Saints just got to regroup and come back next week ready to go.
Exactly. So they're 11-11 on the season now, still in 3rd place in the CCL South. But that's going to do it today here after a 4-hour on-the-nose ball game for the Saints. They go down in the 12th inning, 8-7. The Foresters walk it off in extra innings. But on behalf of my broadcast partner, Sid Iyer, my name is Mark Robinson, saying so long and thank you for bearing with us with this long game today, watching from start to finish, and just for your unwavering and continued support of us on the Saints streaming network. Through all the games, through all the different things that have been going on over the last few weeks of the season, we thank you for your support. So long, here from Santa Barbara. We'll be back at Jackie Robinson Field in Pasadena this week. But for now, have a great rest of your day. We'll talk to you guys later.